You're watching the Sunoco Minor League Cricket Championship, brought to you by our 2023 partners.
Keep your handset on.
It's on. I can't zoom in and out. Yeah, I can't zoom in and out.
Hammer, nail. Nail. We have a nail here.
Hey, Richard. You got a nail.
All right. Coming. Early and late. Maybe 9 o'clock at night.
What we'll do is we'll come down a little bit because we were right on the bottom. We'll come down just when the ball is hit, just give me like a little bit of time between that and between that. Okay. saying is when the ball is hit, give me a little bit of time to get to the quarterback. When the ball is hit, just give me a little bit of time to get zoom out and get to the quarterback. Yeah. When the ball is hit, just give me a little bit of time so I can get zoom out and zoom back in to get to the ball where the field is. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Ball hit. As soon as the ball's hit,
here. Watch your pace. Give me some time to think. Let me see what's going on.
Any up and down movement.
आ गया है लक्ष्मी बासमती राइस को घर लाने का। लक्ष्मी एक्स्ट्रा लॉन्ग बासमती राइस। इसका हर दाना हो इतना लंबा, पकते हुए महके और प्लेट पे क्या खूब खिले। हाँ, मेरे घर लाने का।
got into you?
At Sunoco, we know how to fuel peak performance. Fuel your best.
गया है लक्ष्मी बासमती राइस को घर लाने का। लक्ष्मी एक्स्ट्रा लॉन्ग बासमती राइस, इसका हर दाना हो इतना लंबा, पकते हुए महके और प्लेट पे क्या खूब खिले।
हाँ, मेरे घर लाने का।
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the Prairie View Cricket Complex here in Georgia. We apologize for not being able to bring you comms during the first 6 overs. Just a little bit of a technical difficulty, but we're back. We're better than ever, and the Atlanta Lightning, they're batting first today. 32 for 2 at the end of the power play. We're going to see Innings coming back in to bowl for his second over. Just went for 2 in his first. The youngster was a member of that USA Under-19 team that's just qualified for the World Cup, the Under-19 World Cup in Sri Lanka. And we'll start off with the extra. Again, this is something that we saw from Atindra Subramanian yesterday. Just struggled with the line at times. You can see Aaron Jones coming over to talk to his young bowler there on your screen at the moment. Just trying to say, hey, look, stick to your line, stick to your lengths. You know what you're doing. Bowling in to Mark Parchment at the moment. Parchment looking to take over from another brilliant innings yesterday. They'll pick up a quick single out into the offside, but this is good stuff from Subramanian. He stuck to the line and the length, pulled the length back from yesterday compared to what the Lightning were bowling at Parchment. Yesterday, just might have gotten a little bit too full, they would have thought, so they've taken that length back. Sagar Patel at the other end has just struggled. 3 from 10 so far. He's back on strike. We'll see if he can get things going and just start to add some fluidity. Runs it into the offside, gets it through the infield, and they'll pick up a single out to third man. But again, a good over brewing right now for Subramanian and the Fire. Again, they're going to want to keep the total underneath 140. We saw 134. Wouldn't say it was tough to chase yesterday, but just made it a little bit of some pressure with the way the wicket was playing and the way it was adapting. We want to thank you for joining us here. I'm Sagar Patel for the entire crew. Thank you for joining us here on this brilliant Sunday afternoon. A no ball, and it's going to be a free hit. Can't do that. They'll get a couple out to Kenar Lewis. A pick up 2 there. But this is not what you wanted if you were Innings Subramanian. Overstepping was the youngster. And now some pressure on the young man because he's going to have to bowl to Sagar Patel. He's giving him a free hit, the license to free his hands, free his arms. You can see him having just a conversation right now on your screen, talking to the fielder at long on, cornet dry, just trying to get some advice from the experienced campaigner. Hit into the leg side. They'll just get 1, maybe 2. Throw comes in, and they'll just settle for the 1. It's good work from Subramanian there. Again, for Subramanian and company, it's going to be about keeping things tight. Don't let a partnership build. Take wickets in consistent intervals. That's what we saw as the most successful formula yesterday. Taken into the leg side, and that's gone well deep. Brilliant shot that. It's 6 runs all the way. And Subramanian, after just giving up 2 runs in his first over, it's tough pickings right now. Gave up the no ball, a couple of extras, and a big swing of the bat from Mark Parchment has the young man stunned at the moment. This is the over the Lightning were looking for as the power play closed. And we've seen Parchment very good throwing his hands through the line of the ball. That one just tailing down the leg side. But we've seen an ability from Subramanian to come back after being taken for some runs. Pulls the length back and keeps it to nothing. It's good work there from the young man, just pulling his length back. That was the key in that delivery. Jamar Hamilton making some gestures to his bench. I think he believed it was the over. Just one to go, but for the Lightning, again, it's going to be all about building a partnership. Want Mark Parchment to bat long here alongside Sagar Patel. Big bats to come, Jesse Bhutan, Siddiqui. Plenty of players you can add in the back. Just going to need someone to keep going up front. Slower ball left alone, but deemed wide by umpire. You can just see a half-hearted effort to really get after that one from Parchment. I like the idea from the young man, Subramanian, but just teetered in the line that time. Just try to slow it down, maybe try to get one to backward point. One delivery left in the over. Into the leg side, it's through the gap. They'll pick up a single to close out this 7th over. At the end of 7, it's 46 for 2.
Took that last corner pretty quick.
Sir, I need one hand on the roof, one hand on the pump.
Timeout for Sunoco Go Rewards.
Keep pumping.
With new Sunoco Go Rewards, when you fuel, you save, because rewards come first.
Welcome back to the Punnamveer Sports Complex. Mark Parchment's getting things going, picking up where he left off yesterday. He's shown his abilities to swing big through the line. 46 for 2 are the Lightning, and he's looked good so far. 34 from 25. And the Atlanta Fire will need to do something different here. Need to get this wicket. Jamar Hamilton up at the stumps once again. It's because of Milik Aponzo. He's been taken off. It's going to be Nasser Hussain coming in with the ball in hand. So interesting move to go with the right-hander. Right-handed off-spinner into the right-handed bat. We'll see if Parchment tries to play an aggressive shot. Nasser Hussain, so experienced. Ex-Bangladeshi national. Running into the offside, and it brings Sagar Patel to the middle. Sagar Patel, again, it's not been a fluent innings so far today. He's just having a word with Jamar Hamilton, tying his shoes. But when we talk about Sagar Patel, he's 5 of 12. Would really want to pick things up. And just try to find any bit of fluency to take some pressure off of Mark Parchment. And if you can just provide a boundary or just even runs every other delivery, it just takes a little bit of pressure from Mark Parchment to have to score, have to be the one to play big. Takes it into the leg side, cries of catch it, and it's just away. It's away from the fielder out there in the deep. It looks like that's Obis Pinar out there, just standing at mid-wicket, unable to come down with that one. And Sagar Patel gets that boundary that he was searching for. Nasser Hussain won't be happy with that. Maybe just too far away from the big man. Again goes after it, likes that sweep, but cornet dry all over it. But you can see Sagar Patel, he wants to sweep, and that's why they've packed that leg side, packing it with both backward square and deep mid-wicket. This time pulled straight. And they'll find one there to get Mark Parchment back on strike. As I was saying, we felt that he almost had that wicket of Sagar Patel. What a wicket it would have been. And the sooner you can get that middle order in the middle, just bodes well. Cut away. He'll find one to the offside. And for the Atlanta Fire, just want to find that wicket. Sagar Patel, he did hit that boundary, that 4. It's a big 4 in the context, the match context of the over. This one pulled. Fetch one out to the man at long on. Again, finding some runs now with some consistency is Sagar Patel. And that'll end the 8th over, 54 for 2. And it's Jeremy Gordon who's going to come in with ball in hand. Gordon, of course, who is once a member of that Canadian national team, has an innate ability with his line and lengths to just operate around that off stump. And it's that hard length that we're talking about. That's the length that just can trouble both Patel and Parchment. As you hear some of the roars from the Atlanta Fire dugout, trying to boost their side, get them back into the match. Trying to just give them a little bit of encouragement as we head into the second phase of this game. 54 runs on the board in this 9th over. So you get one into the leg side there. Good bowling from Jeremy Gordon. Just keeping things on the stumps, making it hard to operate. When you just attack the stumps, it just creates doubt, especially when Sagar Patel just hasn't found full flow yet. Just maybe a little bit of hesitancy to go big. This one hasn't found it. Jamar Hamilton likes it, and it's been given. It's been given. Jeremy Gordon. What a way to go for the young man. He's done well there. On a length, move it slightly away from Parchment. And Jamar Hamilton loved it straight away. Given straight away. Really good work there from the big quick from Canada. And the Fire, they'll breathe easy after that wicket of Mark Parchment. Parchment goes for 36 from 28. He looked good, 2 4s and 2 6s with the Fire. They'll feel good about that. Get an understanding how big that wicket is in the context of today's match. You just want to get that middle order out there early, and as we approach that 10th over, it becomes ever so more important to do that. Again, you can just see what we were talking about earlier when we talk about Jeremy Gordon, his ability. It was a hard length right around off stump, and so there wasn't much room for Parchment to free his arms, really just looking to tuck it straight back. The issue becomes with a little bit of away movement because of the angle of the arm. It doesn't come straight from the ear, you would say, but more wide that arm angle is, so it just hints away. And that little hint away is the key for Jeremy Gordon, why he's so successful. what a luxury for the Atlanta Fire. When you talk about Cornet Dry, Thinder Subramanian, and now you talk about Jeremy Gordon, and he'll be going into the left-hander now. And that's going to be a big liking for Jeremy Gordon. He likes bowling to the left-handers. It's Hussein Talat. He's a good player, spin. Talat is. We heard Faisal Shah yesterday talk about it, and if you want to hear more of Faisal Shah, you can check him out on the Florida games later today. We'll be doing those remotely. What a talent. Here we go. First delivery for Hussein Talat. On the pads. Big shout. Big shout. Says not out. Probably just angling down the leg side, but a good start for Gordon. Touch fuller. Maybe he might have just stayed a little bit low, but Gordon, he's found a good spell here for the Atlanta Fire. They'll be liking this contribution now. Here in this 2023 Sunoco Minor League Cricket Championship. This is a side that's looked as a favorite. Both them and the Atlanta Lightning. Hit straight back. They'll find a couple of runs, maybe a boundary. It's running. Kennard Lewis does well on the relay. And they'll find a couple of runs. Good effort there from the big man, Kennard Lewis, running in from mid-off. But a good way for Hussein Talat to get off the mark. But again, Jeremy Gordon's looked good. Been operating well here. This time it's an outside edge. It'll fly out to deep third. They'll pick up one. Come off the hand of Jamar Hamilton, but won't leak to any more runs. It's a good over for the Atlanta Fire and Jeremy Gordon. They'll be happy with that. The wicket of Mark Parchment falling in the over at the end of 9 is 58 for 3.
What's up, Doug? What got into you?
At Sunoco, we know how to fuel peak performance. Fuel your best.
Nasser Hussain back into the attack, operating from that same far end of the ground as he operated all of yesterday from. He'll be into the left-hander as well, so we'll like that matchup. We'll see what he can do here. If he can get that wicket. Deep cover out for Hussein Talat, the good player of spin, but a loaded leg side. Long on, deep mid-wicket, deep backward square. Pushed into the offside. We'll get one at deep cover. Stationed over there is Obis Pinar, one of the new additions for the Atlanta Fire in this year. Snags them over from their Southern Division rival, the Morsel Raptors. And it's a big pickup for them. We'll get to see his exploits with the bat later today. Back into the right-hander now for Hussein. Again, that big sweep comes out. It's something he loves to play, but just hasn't found that real connection. Aaron Jones fires it in to Jamar Hamilton, but as we mentioned, Sagar Patel has looked to play that sweep shot, and it seems to be something you could maybe even get him to play when he shouldn't. Pull the length back, slow in the air. Oh, good adjustment. Really good adjustment there from Hussein Talat, who again was looking to ramp it over initially, but was good enough late. Just run his hands down, and good bowling really as well seeing that he wanted to move, shifted the line over, did Nasser Hussein. That battle of the Husseins boding well. This one hit deep. It's hit away from the fielder, and it's going to beat the fielder out in the deep as well. Emilio Alponzo, he's going to feel bad about that one. Going to give up 4 runs there. Maybe just wide of him. Past that outstretched right arm of his, but you could have just thought maybe should have stopped it. Nasser Hussein will also feel that was the second boundary in his 2 overs that he felt should have been stopped. And Sagar Patel again showing that sweep. Something to watch for. This time stays back, cuts it through the offside. They'll find 1 out to deep cover. Sagar Patel, he's finding rhythm. He's finding an ability to play now. Now, Hussein Talat again, the Pakistani domestic. He'll be looking with bat in hand now. Jumping on him. Jamar Hamilton loving it behind the stumps as well. It's a good over again for the Atlanta Lightning. They get the boundary in it. That'll end the 10th over. And at the end of 10, it's 66 for 3.
What's up, Doug? What got into you?
At Sunoco, we know how to fuel peak performance. Fuel your best.
Jeremy Gordon, he's back into the attack here, and both sides now at the halfway stage of this inning are going to need to refuel with some Lakshmi Rice, try to get themselves ahead of the contest. It's pretty evenly poised at the moment, 66 runs on the board, so you're looking at a total of around 130, and the Lightning can accelerate with the batters of Jesse Bouton to come. You would feel that they'd have an ability to do that and feel confident in their ability to do that as well. But the Atlanta Fire will love it if Jeremy Gordon can replicate what happened last over and get the wicket of the right-hander. And it's that delivery. And what a cool customer Jeremy Gordon is as well. You can just see there's really no expression right now. Sometimes we'll have a flamboyant celebration, but right now he's just all business at the moment. Cool, calm, collected, and he's delivering the goods at the moment. Is Jeremy Gordon, and all the Fire supporters would enjoy that fact. Get another one of the additions that have just strengthened this already strong team. This one hit back. They'll find 1 out to mid-off. Good running from the 2 in the middle, but again, nowhere really to go, and it's because of just how good Jeremy Gordon is bowling right now. And bring the left-handed Hussein Talat onto strike.
Come on, man. Talking to you. Yeah, show me something is what I'm asking you.
We'll see what Hussein Talat has on offer for the right-hander who's bowling really well at the moment. The sneak a run past Jamar Hamilton, that time an inside edge. Give him a 1. You can see Jamar Hamilton's always expressive. Always feeling that there should be something more in the game. This is a good battle here. Jeremy Gordon is just not allowing the Lightning to tee off at the moment. Something that's really important. The Lightning able to find runs. Hit into the leg side. They'll pick up 1. Out to long gone there. Cornet Dry stationed in that position. Big quick there. And another good over. Just singles coming from it. A couple of dot balls as well for Jeremy Gordon. And this has been the key here, just keeping things intact. But if you're the Atlanta Lightning, you don't go anywhere right now. You don't need to force anything major. Just build this partnership. Keep it going. Plenty of strength in these two. Tickle, tickle, tickle. There's a shout, big shout. Finger goes up, and do you know why? Well, it's because the bails have come off. It's because the bails have come off. It's bowled him around the legs, and Jamar Hamilton was the first to notice it as well. And Jeremy Gordon, we talked about him being a cool customer. Really no change in the expression for him. This is really, really big stuff. Really good work for the Atlanta Fire. They take another big fish out of the pond. It ends up being Hussein Talat who has to go. The 4th wicket falls. And again, if you just take a look at the replay, it's just bowled him around the legs. That's the key. It's that angle because of the arm, of where it comes from. That's where that comes in. And that's why it's just beaten. Hussein Talat was just looking to work it off of his hip. He's ended up just opening up that leg stump. Jeremy Gordon looks more like he's just ready to get out of the heat at the moment. It is a blistering day here in Atlanta at the Buttonveers Cricket Complex, and goodness gracious, have the Atlanta Fire come out with something hot in today's innings. 4 wickets down here in this 11th over, 1 to go from it. And Jeremy Gordon, he's just putting on an absolute display why he represented his country for so long and why he's been such a hot commodity here in minor league cricket. Maybe his biggest highlight coming against the Atlanta Fire 2 seasons ago with that Yorker of Stephen Taylor, showing it off for the Atlanta Fire. But now the Lightning will look to a new bat and look to the man who saved the day yesterday in Jesse Bouton. Remember his extraordinary innings. He looked to the heavens afterwards because just hit off those final couple of runs that made it look good. It's won the game for the Lightning, and again, the Atlanta Fire are just going to hope to not fall 2 games here on the weekend. The Lightning would love to do it to their hometown rival in a loaded Southern Division. First ball to Bouton. And no run on offer. Really good work. Jeremy Gordon operating on a hard length. It's hard to put him away at the moment. He's bowling incredibly well here in this. Well, those continue spin, and it'll be a Mila Alponzo who's just hiding behind the umpire at the moment. He'll be back in to bowl another over. Alponzo operated well in his first couple. The man, as a part of the San Francisco Unicorns, he'll be operating now. Just gets it through the covers. Toe end of the bat will lead to 1. They thought about 2 for a moment, but Supermanian very, very quick there. Was the youngster running in from deep covers. And now Jesse Bouton, who was able to take Alponzo for a couple of runs here. He's got to hold on to the wickets. Cuts it in the air and just away from any fielder. Supermanian again asked to cut off 2. Able to do it, yes. He won't be able to stop that one there, Supermanian, the young man. The Lightning will get 2. Again, being asked a lot, come in and bowl a couple of overs, and also having to go out there, run a deep cover, and that's why you've seen the change in the field now. He's inside the ring trying to save his young legs and leave him some fresh legs for the bowling that he'll have to do. You can hear the wind coming through the speakers at the moment. Actually does feel quite nice in the blazing sun that we're getting now. Heaved away from Aaron Jones. They'll pick up 1. will the Atlanta Fire. And Aaron Jones, you can see how he's just stationed himself at short cover. He's such a good fielder. That's why he's operating in that area, because of the fact that his hands, he just seems to be a black hole. If the ball gets into his area, it's just not going to leave it. So near escape there for Bhutan. There's the pump fake. That's the pump fake we see often from Emilio Aponzo. Something he likes to do is just go after the batters, try to upset rhythm, upset their timing. Smart T20 cricketer. Into the leg side, that's pumped, and just pumped straight to Jeremy Gordon. Shake of the hand too. It's just come off as a stinger. Little grimace as well. Big sweep into the leg side. Has he found the man? No, he's found the gap. It'll be another 4. Another 4 for the Atlanta Fire. We've seen Patel enjoy that sweep shot. He enjoys it once again. Finding another boundary for himself there. Sagar Patel. He's just playing a good inning so far. Keeping the runs flowing right now. Last ball to go in the 12th. And you can just see he's looking to sweep. Anything in that area, he's played it really well. He's gotten a hold of a couple now. This time advances straight down. Don't worry about that. That's a shot there from Sagar Patel. He's finding rhythm. It's a 6 to close out this over here. And nothing better than that for Sagar Patel. A 4 and then one straight back down the ground for 6. And it wasn't a bad delivery. It's just the use of the feet from Patel. Got to the pitch of the ball and just helps it over. No chance for the man out in the deep. Maybe Ridwan Palash out there operating at long off. Sagar Patel. The Atlanta Lightning, and just in their hopes of putting out a big target. The new bowler now. Looks like it's going to be Obis Pinar. Going to operate with some left arm spin. Will Obis. Again, we mentioned he's come over from the Marshall Raptors side, was a key cog in their playoff run last year that ended up falling short to the Atlanta Fire. Remember the Fire in the finals in 2022, losing out to the Seattle Thunderbolts. And Obis Pinar, part of one of the acquisitions that are hoping to bring the side back to championship weekend and over the line. And we'll see his operations with the bat. Now he's coming in with the left arm spin. Starts with a bouncer. It's in the air. Cries of catch it. And it's just gone away from everybody. It's going to end up being a couple of runs there. Jamar Hamilton was staring at it, just wishing it would have come to him. Might have gone away with one there, Obis, but he's a big, tall individual. A little bit of extra bounce on offer for the left arm orthodox. This one run down, but no run on offer. Third man in position, and Supermanian, who's operating there. Pinar's going to get out of this over without a boundary in it. Use of the feet, comes down the track, and that's gone all the way. That's gone miles. Nowhere to watch. Kennard Lewis just looks on. That one's just found the other grounds here. Again, it's a monstrous strike. It's gone into the absolute other ground. Can't even get the camera to swivel that far in that direction. Sagar Patel finding flow, finding rhythm. Well, now boundaries starting to flow for the Atlanta Lightning. Doesn't matter who's in the middle at the moment. This time cuts it through the offside. They'll find a couple of runs and they'll just stick out in the outfield. Probably could have gone all the way for 4. This is a good counterattack here from the Atlanta Lightning after losing a wicket. And Jesse Bouton is doing the damage. Again, run down. Amila Ponzo able to keep it from being a single. Operating there, backward point is Amila Ponzo. Again, whether it's Bouton, whether it's Patel, runs are flowing. Sweep, misses out. It's gone through Jamar Hamilton, and they'll come by for what appears to be a bye. We'll wait for the umpire's signal on it. Yeah, it's going to be an extra there. You're not going to want too many of those if you're the Atlanta Fire and their hopes to keep this total down. 13 overs gone, 94 for 4.
वक्त आ गया है लक्ष्मी बासमती राइस को घर लाने का। लक्ष्मी एक्स्ट्रा लॉन्ग बासमती राइस। इसका हर दाना हो इतना लंबा, पकते हुए महके और प्लेट पे क्या खूब खिले।
हाँ, मेरे घर लाने का।
So we'll see the Innings Romanian operating from the other end. We saw the switch late yesterday. Operated mostly from the commentator box end of the ground, but now from the far end he'll operate once again. Here we go for the young man. Bowling in to the Atlanta Lightning. Bowl to Jesse Bouton. He felt like he's missed out. You could hear the big scream afterwards, and I think it's because he thought he had enough whiff to get that one over the top of the offside and send it for a boundary. And the two men on your screen are big contributors with the bat in hand in that middle order for their respective sides. Jamar Hamilton, Jesse Bouton. Cut in the air, and it's going to be away from the fielder. Really well done. That's terrific on the boundary. That's Ishan Sharma out there, the young under 21. He's in the team for what he can do with the bat, but he saved a couple of runs there with the ball in hand. Looked like it was going to run all the way for 4, but that save from Ishan Sharma really key in the context of the match again. Any runs you can save, keep it off the board, keep it off the total, always vital. Run down. They're going to take that single, and they'll get it in the end as well. Good running from Sagar Patel, who reacted to the call. That's why they were able to get it. And the Lightning, they're looking ahead to championship weekend here in 2023. Don't want to be left out. Just missed out last year. So they know every point's going to matter in a Southern Division that added the Baltimore Royals. Just their run rate is really impeccable because of what they were able to do to the Orlando Galaxy. And it's going to be important to get a stack on as many wins as you can. And if Sagar Patel can keep batting the way he's batting, Lightning could be well on their way. Hit back, hand for Subramanian, but it'll still be 1 for the Atlanta Lightning. Against Subramanian, he hasn't bowled poorly. Good support coming from Jamar Hamilton. I like the strategy for Hamilton as well. We saw him back in Subramanian's previous over, but now he's elected to operate close to the stumps and keep the batters rooted in place, make them play on the back foot, don't let them attack Subramanian, who maybe is just not the paciest individual on this Fire lineup. Hit straight back, aerial for a moment, but it'll be well short of Zain Zayed out there in the deep. He'll pick up a single. Able to just find runs now are the Lightning, and this is the key. Getting that boundary and then able to get singles and build this partnership. We talked about it yesterday, how the lack of partnerships really were the key. Only 2 partnerships for the Fire. And the Lightning, they escaped because of 2 they got. They escaped because it just outlasted what the Fire did. Hit again, away from Aaron Jones. Zayn Zayed will have to clean it up. Jones on his knees, knows he probably could have saved it. It was well away, but Jones holds himself to maybe the highest of caliber there. And that'll be the end of the over. At the end of 14, it's 100 for 4.
Took that last corner pretty quick.
Sir, I need 1 hand on the roof, 1 hand on the pump.
Timeout for Sunoco Go rewards.
Keep pumping.
With new Sunoco Go rewards, when you fuel, you save because rewards come first.
Whenever you're ready. Well, welcome you back here to the Butterbeers Cricket Center, and it's Aaron Jones with ball in hand. We'll get to see some leg spin. They're looking for spin away from the right-hander. They tried Obis Pinar in the previous. Didn't really work for him, but now Aaron Jones will have ball in hand. Comes down the track, and how about this? That one's gone a long, long way out onto the other fields in the ground. That's going to be 6 runs there. It's the use of the feet once again. And it's just a whole new ball game with the way Sagar Patel is attacking. And Aaron Jones now has to come back in a real way. Sagar Patel has found a real rhythm, real flow. Use his feet well. Attack the spinners. This time on the back foot. They'll find one out onto the offside. They won't settle. They will just settle for that one, but this is really good work from the Atlanta Lightning. And able to find runs in consistent intervals, and Sagar Patel's taken the toll now that Mark Parchment was doing earlier. He's taking that roll up of being the bigger hitter, being the boundary getter for the Lightning. And they've tried it with Aaron Jones now. Straight back again, and it'll be another. It's another 6 straight back down the ground. Might be a little bit better there from Jesse Bouton. It's a contest. Who's going to hit the best straight 6 of the day? Jesse Bouton. What a shot that was from the man who's represented size in the CPL, and it's been so good for the Atlanta Lightning since his time. A quick word with Jamar Hamilton, but these two, they've liked going straight to Aaron Jones. They haven't tried to force it. They've all been in their zone, and they've taken it. Not the greatest start for the Fire captain at the moment. Have to rebound well. Run down to third. Soft hands. We'll get away from Supermanian for a moment. I'll get one for it. But this is the brilliance right now of the Atlanta Lightning and what they've been able to do. It's been all about their ability to get one, to get the boundary. If this partnership continues, 160 on the board. Jamar Hamilton, how many times do we see that? Him just look to flick the bails off. It's just that little bit of style as well with it. Wasn't 2 hands that came through. It was just the one flick of the left wrist. Always an entertainer behind the stumps is Jamar Hamilton. 1 delivery left in this 15th. Short pulled into the leg side. They'll pick up a couple, just one to settle out the 15th over. It's a good one for the Atlanta Lightning, and we'll see where the Fire elect to go now. At the end of 15, it's 115 for 4. here at the Buttermere Cricket Complex. Cornet Dry, the former captain for the Atlanta Fire. He's got the ball in hand. He's going to try to break this partnership. That's just brewing now. Last 5 overs of this match, 115 on the board. You see the Lightning get to 150. This could be a real tough day for the Atlanta Fire. Pulled into the leg side. And just a couple of bounces out to deep backward square. Again, we know Cornet Dry likes to be on a length, hit the deck hard. And we'll see how these two batters operate. We've seen Jesse Bouton be really good. That's just all the statement is, just really good. But on a length, he's found an ability to score and get boundaries. And so I'm curious to see what the tactic is when bowling to Bouton, if he elects to be fuller or if he's just going to back the skills. We also did see him go with the bouncer. Cornet Dry could come in right now. Again, that little flick. Again into the leg side. Away, just away. It'll be 4 runs, and the crowd loves it. The fans got the ball in the hand. She's going to give it to the fielder. Good throw, that too. So maybe a future cricketer there in the crowd, but how about this for Jesse Bouton? We just talked about his ability to be on a length and operate really well. Just off of the hip and just flicked it up into the air. Not really a big shot. He's just placed it almost just away from Kmar Lewis. This one looked to run it down, and they will do it well enough. They'll pick up that single. Fielder deep. I think this will remain in a backward point, but this is what the Atlanta Lightning has done really well. They get that boundary, and then following that boundary, they just found a way to make sure it's not a dot ball, to get a single. They don't get carried away right now. Knowing runs are hard to come by. They're looking to score whenever they can. And Sagar Patel now, he's found real rhythm against spin. Can he do it against pace? The pace of Cornet Dry in particular. Flat batted back, straight down the ground. Throw must come in from Emilio Ponzo, and we'll keep it to just 1. It's good work out at long on for Ponzo. And again, Jeremy Gordon on your screen as well. The Fire have to find a way to finish strong and just soak up the pressure, the boundaries, keep that at a minimum. 122 runs on the board. 7 runs from this over so far. And again, the length that you have to bowl to Jesse Bouton. Good delivery. Roll the fingers over it. Jamar Hamilton does well, really well. And a little bit of stare down too, but Jamar Hamilton always expressive. But for Cornet Dry, it's a good delivery, that is. Again, you see it not really rising to Jamar Hamilton, staying low on him. It's because he's rolled the fingers over it, and that's what just stifled the shot of Jesse Bouton. And so I think that's going to be the key, is just taking pace off. He's going to, if he sees the pace and just picks the pace, it's almost, if he gets onto the bat, it's always going to be gone. This one pushed straight, misfield for Zain Zayed, giving chase. He's going to give up 2 runs. Really shouldn't have been any, but Zain Zayed can't have that, cannot be doing that. That's an unfortunate end to the 16th over. It's 124 for 4.
आ गया है लक्ष्मी बासमती राइस को घर लाने का। लक्ष्मी एक्स्ट्रा लॉन्ग बासमती राइस। इसका हर दाना हो इतना लंबा, पकते हुए महके और प्लेट पे क्या खूब खिले।
हाँ, मेरे घर लाने का।
Jeremy Gordon, he'll come back in with ball in hand. He's been so very, very good. When we talk about just the wickets that he's been able to pick up and how economical he's been as well. And this is a man who's represented his country at the highest level. So we'll see how he operates now in these final couple of overs. Again, for both Jesse Bhutan and Sagar Patel, they found an ability to score with these scoring boundaries in every over so far. See if they're able to continue that trend, or if Jeremy Gordon's able to stifle that. Just put a halt on the runs. Deep, fine leg in place of a cow corner. Interesting tactic. Maybe shows that will be some short ones, or will it be just Yorker length? We'll see. Has to be body line stuff with the backward point in the deep and a deep third. On the body line, picked it up nicely, and he's gonna find 4 runs. Will Sagar Patel, excuse me, might be Jesse Bhutan rather, but 4 runs. Yes, it will be Sagar Patel. 4 runs nonetheless. Really, real nicely done. I think he just picked up the line early. Figured it was gonna be around the body line and just missed the length. Did Jeremy Gordon on that occasion. I think he was just attempting the Yorker and just missed it out completely. And for Sagar Patel, he's just been really, really spectacular. He's got the drums out for the Atlanta Lightning faithful. He moves to 47 with that 6 there, or that 4 rather. 3 away from that milestone half century. This one hits straight. There's no field around the deep, and it's gonna be 4. No, it won't be. It'll just hold up. It'll hold up enough. The grass just keeping that one at bay. And keeps Sagar Patel from reaching his half century. Didn't quite get all of it, but it looked like he might have just got enough of it. Just a couple of spots in the outfield that just held up that delivery. Big swing, a big miss that time. Real well done from Jeremy Gordon. Pull the length back. Seeing that Sagar Patel has been looking just to clear the legs and heave it. Much tougher to do with that length of a delivery. Again, it just goes to show the skill of Jeremy Gordon. How good he's been able to be and how much control he has. Long off back now for Sagar Patel. Again on length, flicked off the hip. Pick up a couple of runs, pick up 1 run, but you can hear the roars, and because that's the 50 for Sagar Patel. A big one for Sagar Patel and the Atlanta Lightning. And his innings going to be the key for the Atlanta Lightning. Brings up his 50 in just 41 deliveries. Real special, 40 deliveries, really special stuff for him. 4 4s, 2 6s. Let's move the score to 131. And a little bit of a different role for Sagar Patel this season for the Atlanta Lightning. Someone who's more accustomed to coming up the order, but with the insertion of Umukchand, he's fallen back, but he's done well. This time it's Jesse Bhutan who's taking it into the leg side. Has he got all of it? Yeah, would have been an unbelievable catch, but it's not going to. I believe it's Zain Zayed who's stationed out there on the boundary. Went for the Odo Beckham all-out dive, but is unable to get it. And again, it's that little flick we've seen. Zain Zayed just signaled 4. I'm not sure if that was a signal or not. We'll get you what it was, but we're just waiting to see that score. But again, for Zain Zayed, great effort that was, but unable to do it. Bhutan with another boundary. Again in the air. Long on coming around. Cornet dry. Yeah, doesn't make the mistake. Had to reach behind him. But he did really well. A throw of frustration for Cornet dry, but he's done the job. Exactly what they needed at this stage with how good Bhutan's going. And Cornet dry, man on your screen right now, he's delivered the goods. It's a big time catch. Thought he might have just overran it at first. But it brings about the end of Jesse Bouton. The Atlanta Fire, how important is that wicket to close out the 17th over? 137 for 5, but again for Cornet drive.
What's up, Doug?
What got into you?
At Sunoco, we know how to fuel peak performance. Fuel your best.
Kept themselves in the game, and they'll be happy with that, but they've just let off the pedal in the last couple of overs, and that's got to be the message from Captain Aaron Jones. You want to finish strong and finish in a hot fashion. You can see Jamar Hamilton is having word with Zayn Zayed about that, maybe that half chance, and again, I think Zayn Zayed probably just overran it, and you can see Jamar Hamilton just talking about that. Don't want to let that ball go over your head. Jamar Hamilton, he's such an important figure in this team. And again, his leadership is key for the Atlanta Fire. Sagar Patel, he'll be on strike as Emilio Alponzo comes back with ball in hand. And we'll see how Emilio Alponzo does. Been given the responsibility of the 18th over. Especially to Sagar Patel is really interesting just because of how good Sagar Patel has been against spin. He's used his feet well, and that's why all the fielders are in front of square for Patel. Looks to go big, look to go in that cow corner area. They're going to push for 2. Throw comes in from Hobus Pinar, and it gets through Jamar Hamilton as well. They'll just settle for 1, and you can see Pinar saying to Amila, just, hey, maybe you come out for that one too. It's not rolling out to me. Out on the boundary. And Hobus Pinar coming from the U.S. Masters T10. That's why he's back with his minor league side, and you know how good he can be in minor league cricket. We've seen him hit the fastest 100. The Lightning, they'll look to put up some fast runs now too. This one through the covers, away from the fielder, and just 1 out to deep cover. Yeah, it'll just be 1. Good work from Ishan Sharma at that time. Out in the deep. The under 21. And now we'll get our first sign of the new man in the middle, Junaid Siddiqui, who had a blistering knock yesterday that was so important. 26 from 12. Key to the game, really. We need another quick one here today. We'll get off the mark straight away with a single out to Aaron Jones. Again, gonna need big bats with the Atlanta Fire. We saw Kennard Lewis get off to a good start. Zayn Zayed struggled, and Aaron Jones was run out by Kennard Lewis in that previous match as well. So gonna need to find some rhythm with the bat of the Atlanta Fire. Emilio Alponzo, he's just so good at mixing it up, isn't he? Quicker ones, can slow it down, changes the line well, changes the length well. Hit back, really could just be 1, really should be 1, and it'll just be kept to 1. It's Cornet dry out there. Again, those 2 men, Jeremy Gordon and Cornet dry, so pivotal for their team. Into the leg side, calls to push for 2. This time Emilio Alponzo's gone after it, and he'll keep it to 1. Hobus Pinar says, and Emilio Alponzo does. Result ends up being pretty similar. Just 1 run from that final delivery. And at the end of the 18th over, it's 143 for 5.
वक्त आ गया है लक्ष्मी बासमती राइस को घर लाने का। लक्ष्मी एक्स्ट्रा लॉन्ग बासमती राइस, इसका हर दाना हो इतना लंबा, पकते हुए महके और प्लेट पे क्या खूब खिले।
हाँ, मेरे घर लाने का।
we're back here at the Butterbeers Cricket Center. Cornet dry, ball in hand, Siddiqui to face. It's hit in the air. Cries of catch it. Underneath it, Zain Zayed. Yeah, no mistake. It's Ishant Sharma, rather. No mistake this time. He's done really well. Ishant Sharma judged it, saw it all the way. And the young man takes a brilliant catch out there. Really, really good work. And that'll dismiss Junaid Siddiqui. And how important is that wicket for the Atlanta Fire? Siddiqui has to go, and again, we've seen the fireworks from Siddiqui. To get that wicket there is really important for Cornet Dry and the team. And for the team, Cornet Dry has always delivered the goods. How to bring a new man into the middle. How to do some real good damage here. It's a no ball. That's got to be a 6 as well. It will be. It will be. How big is that? How big is that? And what a way to be welcomed into the middle. Tells the Fire, go fetch that one. Cornet Dry has just it's been a gift of a welcome. A no ball that was just pummeled into the leg side for Neve McNally. The umpire just having a look at the ball at the moment, handing it over to Cornet Dry. Hands it over to the Lightning batter as well, and Cornet Dry, he's giving up a free hit, can't be doing that, not at this stage. And now give Neve McNally the license to go big. Look to do it. Really good work from Cornet Dry with the ball. Looking to make room was McNally, but Dry just went to that offside Yorker and kept it away, kept it out of the bat arc of McNally. McNally, a big hitter in the 11. Wasn't in the 11 yesterday. So he'll have a job on his hands here today. This one hit into the offside this time. Fielder in place, but it's well over him. It's going to be another 6. There was a Jeremy Gordon standing at deep cover, but no chance for even someone of Gordon's height. It's a very similar shot to the previous delivery. We look to go over the top of covers. This time gets bat on ball, probably just missing the length was Cornet Dry. And it's led to that. It's led to that 6. How about this little cameo from McNally? Not his first time in minor league cricket. He's made a name for himself as a big hitter, but he's becoming a household name for the Lightning straight away. This time edge, this time runs away, and it's going to be 4. Need that little bit of luck. We saw it for the Fire yesterday. This time it beats everybody for 4 runs straight back. Again, unlucky for Cornet Dry. Not much that can be done for really anybody involved, but it's a big time for the Atlanta Lightning and Neve McNally. What a way to welcome yourself to the 2023 Sunoco Minor League Cricket Championship. We'll see how McNally can finish the over. Straight back, fielder there, but it's well over him. It's well over him indeed. Neve McNally. That's 3 6s in the over, a 4 to go along with it. We talked about big time playing. We talked about cameos and how every run matters, how it's not easy to score. Throw all that out the window when McNally's in the middle. He just changed the game. 1 delivery to go in this 19th over. It's 166 for 6. Talking about a score of 150 would be tough. 160 on the board. This time, unable to get a bat on ball. Cornet Dry responds well to close out this 19th over. It's a good finish for the Fire, but it's an over that purely belongs to the Atlanta Lightning. 166 for 6.
Took that last corner pretty quick.
Sir, I need one hand on the roof, one hand on the pump.
Timeout for Sunoco Go Rewards.
Keep pumping.
With new Sunoco Go Rewards, when you fuel, you save, because rewards come first.
Well, we just saw the huddle break up, and Aaron Jones, the captain, he's directing his troops because he's just not sure how this over is going to go, because we just saw a huge one off of Cornet Dry, the real strike bowler for the Fire. And they're going to hand the ball to the young man, Athindra Subramanian, to close it out. 166 on the board. The young man, Subramanian, he's got a task on his hand. He hasn't had his best day with the ball. 3 overs, 22 runs. Not a bad day by any standards, but maybe not the cleanest day for Subramanian. A change in the field, just moving covers over. Okay, we'll see what line he looks to bowl. Hamilton's up at the stumps again. Hit straight back, beats Subramanian's hand, and good work from Zain Zayed. And he'll keep it from being a boundary. That's good work from the man out in the deep. Not much else he could have done. He's kept that one for being a 4. It was brutally struck off the bat of Sagar Patel, and saves 2 runs there to Zain Zayed. Sagar Patel, what an innings it's been, a half century for him. But it's Neve McNally, who you might want on strike, just the way he was striking the ball in the previous over. Just came in. He's 22 from 6. He's faded a whole over from Cornet Dry and absolutely laced it up. This well bowled, really, really well bowled. The stumps come off. I think it's been Hamilton who's taken it off, but Subramanian bowled well there. Kept it to a dot ball. That wide Yorker. We'll see if he looks to hit that consistently in the over. Slower ball met by Sagar Patel. They're going to push for 2. Emilio Ponzo throws come in, and Hamilton takes the bails off, but not before Sagar Patel makes his ground home. It's good work really all around. It's good cricket. Spotting the movement from Sagar Patel. Subramanian, he just slows the ball down. The back of the hand slower delivery that he's been working on. And then from Neve McNally and Sagar Patel to push for 2. The throw was good from Emilio Ponzo as well, and the Fire support. They're going to love what they're seeing right now from the young man, but know they have a big total to go ahead and chase. This one hits straight just for 1 as it coming a good over, but this becomes the battle now. Neve McNally, he's on strike. And we just saw, again, we'll read you the stat line again if you're just joining us here in this matchup. McNally must have had a lot of Lakshmi rice before this matchup. I tell you what, because he's 22 from 6. 3 sixes to his name, a 4. The score's at 170, and if he can connect on the last couple here, the Atlanta Fire could just be out of this match. Plenty of batting in that dugout. The likes of Kenar Lewis and Obis Pinar, who's been added into today's team. Well bowled from the young man. Holds his nerve really well. Maybe we would have seen an interview with him, with Nate Hayes, who's just such a pundit for minor league cricket. But as he gets his shoes tied. But Athinder Subramanian, he's someone who never lets the moment phase him, and the Atlanta Fire fans are at the edge of their seat at the moment. It's good to see them in full support. But then, and this is why they're in full support right now, because Subramanian has kept McNally at bay. He's done well to close out this final over. It could have been a total of 180, but instead it's 172, and Subramanian didn't give up a boundary in that final over. Really well done. And again, really, really good work from Subramanian to close out the innings. But it's been a day about the Atlanta Lightning. Who are you showing first? And the Atlanta Fire, again, they're going to end the innings on a high note, have some momentum to carry, but they're going to feel they've given up too many runs there with Captain Aaron Jones. But runs on the board are runs to chase now for the Atlanta Fire. Can you see the captain and the former captain on your screen? And for the Atlanta Lightning, there now you can see the hugs and the claps. They know how big the innings they just saw was from those two men, both Sagar Patel, the cameo from Neve McNally as well. It's important in this match here. And again, a brilliant first innings. Again, it's all about what we saw from Mark Parchment, 36 from 28. Jesse Bouton, 37 from 21. But talk about Sagar Patel's 59 from 48. Of McNally, Neve McNally's 23 from 8. Bowler of the day would be Jormy Gordon. 4 overs, 11 runs, 3 wickets. But don't go anywhere. With batting to come for the Atlanta Fire, should be an absolute battle to a brawl for this second match. We'll call it the Atlanta Open with these two sides here. 173 needed for the Atlanta Fire. Successful formula yesterday. Taken into the leg side, and that's gone. Takes it into the leg side, cries of catch it, and it's just away. It's low yet. Just maybe a little bit of hesitancy to go big. This one has it, found it. Jamar Hamilton likes it. Nasir Hussain, that battle of the Hussains boding well. This one hit deep. It's hit away from the fielder, and it's going to beat the fielder out in the deep. Strength in these two. Tickled, tickled, tickled. There's a shout, big shout. Finger goes up, and do you know why? Well, it's because the bails have come off. It's because the bails have come off, it's bowled him around the legs. And Jamar Hamilton was the first to notice it as well. And Jeremy Gordon. big sweep into the leg side. Has he found the man? No, he's found the gap. It'll be another 4. Played it really well. He's gotten a hold of a couple now. This time advances straight down. Don't worry about that. That's a shot. Trying to get out of this over without a boundary in it. Use of the feet, comes down the track, and that's gone all the way. That's gone miles. Aaron Jones will have ball in hand. Comes down the track, and how about this? That one's gone a long. And they've tried it with Aaron Jones now. Straight back again, and it'll be another. It's another corner dry. Could come in right now. Again, that little flick. Again into the leg side. Away, just away. The backward point in the deep end. A deep third. On the body line, picked it up nicely, and he's gonna find 4. He's fallen back, but he's done well. This time it's Jesse Bouton who's taking it into the leg side. Has he got all of it? Yeah, would have been an unbelievable. Again in the air. Long on coming around. Cornet dry. Yeah, doesn't make the mistake. Had to reach behind. It's hit in the air. Cries of catch it. Underneath it. Zain Zayed. Yeah, no mistake. It's Ishan Sharma. Have to do some real good damage here. It's a no ball. That's got to be a 6 as well. It will be. This one hit into the offside this time. Fielder in place, but it's well over him. Straight away. This time edge, this time runs away, and it's going to be 4. Straight back, Fielder there, but it's well over him. It's well over him, Indy.
You're watching the Sunoco Minor League Cricket Championship, brought to you by our 2023 partners.
We'll welcome you back here to the Butterbeers Cricket Complex, and the Atlanta Lightning, they'll feel very, very happy with what they've just done, putting up a huge total on the board, 173 to go get. That man, Innings, he'll feel very, very happy about what he's done with his new side. And it's come without him having to be too big of a contributor, and that might be the biggest positive sign for the Atlanta Lightning, is that they're scoring, and it's not just Innings scoring, it's a lot of different people scoring. And again, he operates best when I think there's an opportunity for multiple people to carry the load. You saw with the Silicon Valley Strikers how good that side was, because not only was there Innings, but there was Shehan Jayasuriya, there was Gary Graham, there were so many guys, Rahul Jariwala even in year one, who could just carry the load a bit and take a little bit of weight off his shoulders, and we know the caliber of Innings. Well, now it's going to be about Funny Samhadri and this company bowling. When you talk about the bowlers, we'll obviously talk about Hussain Talat, who could be given the new ball, and you talk about Funny Samhadri as well, who Funny Samhadri, of course, is someone who led the league in wickets last season, was the MVP of the season as well. And you look at the Atlanta Fire, and that opening partnership is going to have to be a vital one for the Atlanta Fire, because they're chasing a huge total. A huge total is what they have to go and get. And with plenty of bowlers for the Atlanta Lightning, it's going to be tough for them to get it. That man, Funny Samhadri, stretching out right now. He's going to be someone that they're going to have to deal with. He's so good. 173 is what the Fire will have to go get. We'll see what the opening pair is. It looks like they've changed it up, the Atlanta Fire, from yesterday. Yesterday we saw the Atlanta Fire go with Zain Zayed and Kenar Lewis. This time they've gone with Ishan Sharma and Kenar Lewis. Kenar Lewis, of course, we know what he is in the CPL and all the international exploits. Also someone who is around in the USA, plays a lot of cricket. And again, now we talk about Kenar Lewis and how he operates all around the United States. We're now at the Butterbeers Cricket Complex, one of the nicer complexes that you'll see in the USA, and he'll have a liking to this complex as well. Talk about international experience. Hussain Talat, he'll be opening the bowling. It looks to be Talat. Could also be a Pankaj Kumar Rao. We'll talk about both of them throughout the afternoon, but again, should be a really good battle that we're here for. And the first delivery will go to Kenar Lewis, a new opening partner for him, Ishan Sharma. Similar to the last year's strategy when Rishi Pandey would open the batting for Rakeem Cornwall, where it was just the one youngster who would rotate strike. Now, here we go. First delivery. Tickled into the leg side. They'll find their first run, maybe. Yeah, they will. Good work from the Atlanta Lightning. They won't get that first run. Kenar Lewis thought about it, and this is going to be the key. We saw a couple of runouts with Kenar Lewis's partners yesterday, and confusion running as Pankaj Kumar Rao was opening the bowling. It was good yesterday, was working through some injuries, Pankaj Kumar Rao, and for Pankaj, we'll see if that hinders him at all, but he looks good in his first delivery. Just started on the legs, however. It's straight back over the top, and that one's gone a long way. Forget about that one. That's a massive, massive six there. Kenar Lewis opens up the scoring in quite a way. That's an impressive stroke from the big man. Have to go fetch it. But how about this for Kenar Lewis? What a way to start things off for the big bat. That's a great way for his Fire teammates to get things going. Again, really good work from Kenar Lewis. Just a little bit too full, too wide, too easy. really not what you wanted. And again, when we talk about Kennard Lewis, we'll also talk about his batting partner, Ishan Sharma, who's come in an interesting role yesterday, was asked to come in and hit big like we just saw Kennard Lewis do. Ishan Sharma today will be about rotating and keeping runs flowing when they're not just sixes, but making sure there are those singles coming and flowing with. We saw what Sagar Patel and company were able to do for the Atlanta Lightning. And it was just that. Whenever they hit a boundary, you saw a single follow. They weren't trying to get too lost in the matchup. They were just looking to get together. Do you want umpire? Do you want umpire? And I think we're just looking for a new ball here. The umpires having a little bit of conferring, a little bit of new ball being offered to the umpires from the third umpire. This is the beauty of minor league and the 2023 Sunoco Minor League Cricket Championship, is just how the professionalism has really taken a step up for cricket in the United States. Balls available, and now, you know, when we talk about the umpires also speeding the game up, having balls to give away to both teams and balls to go, it's just really, really impressive what minor league has done for cricket in the United States. Really the domestic pathway for cricket in the United States. Think about county cricket, think about Ranji cricket. This is the closest form. And they're still trying to find the ball out in the deep there. You can see a couple of the Atlanta Lightning players out there, a couple of the youngsters being asked to be part of the ball finding committee. Just see if they can go after it and get that ball back. A new ball has been offered to the Atlanta Lightning, and they'll take it. But 2 balls in, Kennard Lewis has already hit a 6, and Pankaj Kumar Rao is going to have to respond well. Lewis got off to a hot start yesterday, 50 and out for him. But how does he come back with a big total on the board, pressure from the scoreboard now in the second match? Wide down the leg side. Signals from the umpire. And Ganu Mukjan doing well behind the stumps. The bowling of Pankaj Kumar Rao always been pretty solid. We saw him yesterday be very effective. There's a reason he's opening the bowling with the bowling like of Hussain Talat and Fani Samhadri, for Pankaj Rao to step up and make a name for himself. Obviously mightily impressive. Hit straight back, and that is monstrous 6, that is. And Kennard Lewis, who's come in for Rakeem Cornwall, has been incredibly impressive. 2 6s in this over for the Atlanta Fire and for Kennard Lewis. Just finding a liking to the length. It wasn't a terrible delivery. Didn't feel like it was too full. Just was on a length and helped it over the top. Did Kennard Lewis. So how does Pankaj Kumar Rao respond now? A couple 6s hit off his bowling. Well bowled. Just stayed maybe a touch lower. Kennard Lewis looked straight to the wicket. He's looking to heave that one over the top for 6. But just unable to do so again. He just rolled the fingers over. Did Pankaj Kumar Rao as well. It's a good comeback there. This is what the pressures of bowling T20 cricket is, especially in the power play. Any bit of batting can just take you for runs, and so you have to be very confident in the way you bowl and the way you want to go after it. Be very precise in your plans. Hit again in the air. Hit again very, very well. We'll see if it's a 6 or a 4. We're waiting the signs from the umpire. But how about this? How about this indeed? They're going to need to go find that ball because it's another 6, says umpire. And Kennard Lewis has been exceptional. 3 6s in this opening over. Kennard Lewis, what a star he's turning out to be. And how he's impacting this innings already. He's already a star in his own right. Would have heard a lot about him through multiple tournaments in the United States. Kennard Lewis is taking it to Pankaj Kumar Rao, the Atlanta Lightning. And we're already talking about 19 runs in this first over with a delivery to go. And they're just looking at the ball here, are the umpires trying to find the right ball to go and replace the ones that have already been taken over the park. Again, just looking for the balls here are the umpires trying to find more balls for more Kennard Lewis explosions. Bowled him, Pankaj Kumar Rao. He's off to the races because he knows how big that wicket is. He's run all the way to the boundary after that one. Hits the thigh, not once, not twice, knocked him over 3 times there for Pankaj Kumar Rao. How big is that wicket? After being sent for 19 runs to do that, it was just, remember, the ball earlier in the over that just stayed a touch lower. He tried to play a similar shot. It's happened once again to Kennard Lewis. It stayed a touch low, and after that initial striking, he's got to go. Again, it was a brilliant start. He's felt if he could stay in there, it's going to be a long day for the Lightning, but the Fire, they lose their first wicket. Kennard Lewis, how big is that? And how about this meeting? It brings out Aaron Jones into the middle. But that's a huge wicket to end the first over. All 19 of those runs coming off the bat of Kennard Lewis. Now 2 batters in the middle. Yes, the captain. Yes, Aaron Jones. But 2 batters who haven't seen a delivery. What a moment. And you could just sense the moment. Drums are banging now for the Atlanta Lightning. And for the Atlanta Fire, now have to reset. Ishan Sharma, new to the crease. Aaron Jones, new to the crease. Ishan Sharma. Ishan Sharma is the man in the middle now. He'll be on strike. And the new bowler now, looks like it's going to be Hussein Talat to open once again. And for Talat now, he's got the youngster to bowl at. Ishan Sharma, got someone who's played as a member of the DC Hawks in previous renditions of minor league cricket. He's now out batting for the Atlanta Fire, opening the batting. We'll see how he starts off here. First delivery from Talat. Leaves it alone, and this is a new match now. You no longer have that firepower of Kennard Lewis to back on. You got to score for yourself. And Hussein Talat is not an easy man to score runs off of. Talat's someone who's a domestic in Pakistan and someone who is just so explosive and usually operates in the middle domestically. But he's someone who's taking the new ball and he's showing signs of sideways movement early. Bat on ball, it's in the air. And it looks like it'll run away to the boundary. It will. Yeah, crosses the rope. Just enough. Maybe a little bit of a thick outside edge, but enough bat on it for Ishant Sharma. And just looking to attack anything outside the off stump. There was a hint of movement, but I think he knew and felt comfortable with that shot just because of the fact that no fielders on the deep in front of square on the offside, just a deep third. So knew any bit of bat on that is going to find a boundary. But for Hossein Thalat, he won't feel too disappointed in that, knowing there's movement, knowing he's looking to fetch. Leaves it alone again. Could come back, and maybe a word being shared from Thalat as well. He also eyed Udmuk Chand as captain to just change up the field maybe and move third man wider. No, it's to send deep covers out and open up that region. I actually like this move from Thalat. Maybe saying, oh, he's opening up a gap. There's runs, but you have runs on the board. You have an opportunity here, and what you really want to do now is take wickets and really put pressure on. That deep cover's moved to a deep backward point now as well because of that late movement he's getting off of the wicket. Again, just for another flash off of the blade of Ishant Sharma. Just have something in position. And again, he's inviting the drive now. He's opened up the covers a little bit. There's a gap to pierce, but he also has a slip in play, so that brings that slip into real action. Mind games from Thalat now. Fends at it, just fetching. Was Ishant Sharma there? And again, it's all part of the plan for Thalat. This is what he's looking to do. Just keep Ishant Sharma operating outside his off stump. Dare him to really go at something outside. Smart bowling from Thalat. That's the experience. And this is the beauty of minor league cricket as well. We've talked about the youth and the experience. This is exactly what we're talking about right here. The youth of Ishant Sharma with the experience of Hossein Thalat. This one outside, celebration. And how about this? Runs off in a hurry as well. Really good work. Hossein Thalat gets the man, Ishant Sharma. Again, what's the expression in cricket? One brings two. Looking to go a big drive through the offside, looking to take one of those gaps that were offered by Thalat. Instead, undoes himself. That becomes the end of Ishant Sharma. One boundary to his name, and he has to go. Again, disappointment for the youngster. Would have felt this was a golden opportunity after being promoted to the top of the order to really find runs. And speak about youngster to someone who has a pedigree. It's Obis Panar, who's walked into the middle at number 4. Position he likes, 4 and 5. It's where he likes to operate, but this is much sooner than he would have liked to have come out into the middle. Obis Panar, someone who is on his third team in the third season of minor league cricket, was part of the St. Louis Americans in 2021. Then last year, a member of the Morsel Raptors, and now a member of the Atlanta Fire. And one delivery to go here in this second over. Just 4 runs coming from this over after 19 we saw in the first. The Atlanta Lightning would feel they're ahead of the game in the moment. What does Thalat have for Bernard in his final delivery? Well stopped in the infield. Keep it to no run to close out the third over. And at the end, at the end of the second over. And at the end of the second over, it's 23 for 2.
वक्त आ गया है लक्ष्मी बासमती राइस को घर लाने का। लक्ष्मी एक्स्ट्रा लॉन्ग बासमती राइस। इसका हर दाना हो इतना लंबा, पकते हुए महके और प्लेट पे क्या खूब खिले।
हाँ, मेरे घर लाने का।
Well, here it is for the Atlanta Fire. They're 2 down in the second over after that 19-run start. Don't think they would have thought this was how it would have gone. Just 7 deliveries later. Pankaj Kumar Rao back with ball in hand. And remember that celebration we saw from Pankaj after dismissing Kenar Lewis? He's got some motivation behind him. Really good work, really good work. It's a new game boy in Aaron Jones. Aaron Jones plays for the USA and all the formats, ODI, T20. He's become a real explosive bat. Bats in the middle order. And someone that the one knock you'd find on Aaron Jones is maybe it plays a bit slow at times, you would say, but someone who's really found a way to play T20 cricket in the past year or so and likes to take his time to get going. But he'll find an edge straight away. It'll run down to third. It'll be 4. It'll be 4 runs that will just away from Unmukchan there. Unmukchan thought he had that option begging. Was that a chance? That's gone begging. It was in the air. I think it was just well away from Unmukchan. I think it's always signaling to his side right now. But good sign for the Lightning. The Fire, they'll take the runs. And again, for the Atlanta Fire, for Aaron Jones, he's someone who, again, is someone who likes to take his time, but he's not someone who's shy from playing his shots. He's got all the shots in the book. And so once he gets going, and like we saw in that 2022 final, he's someone who can really explode. It was the reason they were in that final, played so well in that semi against the New Jersey Stallions, against that bowling attack. Here he is once again. Again, bat on ball. This time, Unmukchan gets it, staying low, looking to cut it, found the inside edge, and Unmukchan is taking up the gloves again this season. Wasn't keeping wicket in the previous couple, and it was because of the wicket keepers that the Silicon Valley Strikers had. Think about Rahul Jodiwala. And think about what he was able to do behind the stumps. Of course, now keeping for the Silicon Valley Strikers is Lahiru Malanta. Unmukchan now here in Atlanta, trying to keep his team in the game. Aaron Jones, bat on ball, just away from that fielder, and is going to run all the way for 4. There was a chance for Jesse Bouton. Was a half one, but would have been a huge one had he been able to take it. Aaron Jones had one hand off the bat, and Jesse Bouton, he's furious with himself. He thought he should have had it. It was well to his left, stuck out the left hand, and just unable to find it. He's got a smile now, but Aaron Jones, he's scored 2 boundaries, none convincing, however. And I need to refuel with some Lakshmi Rice here after those couple of fortunate boundaries for him. They need to settle in. They need a captain's innings from him and Obis Pinar. Yes, bats to come with Nasser Hussain, with Jamar Hamilton. But don't want to have to use them too early. It's only the 3rd over. Leaves it alone. This is good. This is really good from Pankaj Kumar Rao. Operating on that length. Again, he's just troubled Aaron Jones. Again, Aaron Jones not able to find any real rhythm here, and it's because of Pankaj Kumar Rao and how good he's been, how he's been operating outside the off stump. He has a little bit of late movement as well. 1 delivery left here in this 3rd over. Can he get the wicket of the Atlanta captain? I'm sure he's got a celebration ready. Final delivery of the 3rd. In the air, no fielder out there. That's the convincing shot. That's a great way to end the over for the Atlanta Fire. A couple of 4s coming from it. This one, the most convincing of the lot. And that'll do it for the 3rd over. Really good way to cap it for the Atlanta Fire, for Captain Aaron Jones. At the end of
What got into you?
At Sunoco, we know how to fuel peak performance. Fuel your best.
Zone, that's a shot he loves. And again, he was going to take that one all day long. Aaron Jones, it's a good way to finish out that over. 3 boundaries in the over, 2, none of which were convincing, but that last one, that's the one he'll hang his hat on. And now Obis Pinar will be on strike and will be facing a new bowler here for the Atlanta Lightning. And they'll turn to a new man. It'll be Neve McNally. He's the reason this game is shaped the way it is. McNally's cameo at the end, 23 off 8. Welcome to the middle with a no ball 6. And now have Obis Pinar on strike. And again, Obis Pinar, one of the most prolific bats in minor league cricket. The fastest 100 belongs to that man on your screen. Obis Pinar doing that down in Florida last season as a member of the Morrisville Raptors. Will now have to deal with Neve McNally and the way he operates. Again, he's a handy all-rounder, handy cricketer. McNally, first delivery coming. Full on the legs, a welcome way for Obis Pinar to get himself going. Pick up a couple of runs there, holds up in the outfield. And here Patel delivers a throw in, but McNally's going to want to be much better than that. Again, you can see when was looking to go full, just missed out on the length and the line, straying down the leg side. But he's someone who's just handy. He's a handy cricketer. Never going to look at him as the fastest bowler on the team. But as your second, third option, he can move it. Has the variation deliveries as well. Down the track, Pinar comes. There's going to be a run. Yeah, well fielded. Fielding was a spot of bother for the Atlanta Lightning yesterday. And for the Lightning, they're going to want to be really good in the field today. With that target on the board. And he'll bring Aaron Jones back onto strike. 3 boundaries for him in the previous over. And that final boundary, the one over covers, is the one he'll hang his hat on. One had one hand off the bat. One had a thick outside edge. Go to third man. And now he'll be on strike here. Trying to lead his side over the line against the hometown rival, the Atlanta Lightning. Strays down the leg side. Going to be a wide. Again, struggling with the line here is Neve McNally. And as good as he was early with the bat, hasn't been as good early with the ball. He's going to want to figure things out. Someone who seems to be moving it just a touch in on the batters. So we'll see what McNally has to offer for Aaron Jones. Can he deliver that wicket? Again, down the leg side. Beats fine leg. No, it doesn't. Does well in the end with the dive. But again, struggling with the line is McNally. He's got a smile on his face at the moment. But he's just straying down the leg side. Hasn't been punished for it too much yet. Just a couple of runs coming from those, but again, is going to want to be much better. How to find that off stump. Obis Pinar needs no second invitation. Does have some protection out there. Deep backward square. This time outside the off stump. It's an outside edge. And is going to run to the boundary for 4. It beats fine leg. I think it's Funny Samadhi who's giving chase as the ball climbs up the hill. And again, maybe the worst result, but arguably the best ball that McNally's bowled there. It's because, again, the line much better outside the off stump, inviting the drive from Pinar. Getting the outside edge, just over the top of the infield.
Watch out where he's going, man.
Oh, touch unlucky for McNally. Makes room for himself this time, punishes it through the offside. Really well done. That'll run to the boundary. That'll be 4. Out in the deep there. That's a lovely shot from Obis Pinar. That's the shots that has made him such a prolific batter in minor league cricket. It's because of that fact that Obis Pinar has such a high pedigree around him, made some room for himself and pushes it through the offside. More convincing way to bring up 4 runs. This time fence it away, and they'll go for that quick single. It'll beat the man inside the circle, and they'll just settle for 1 as long off gives chase to it. But again, finding ways to keep the runs flowing are the 2 men in the middle. Obis Pinar and Aaron Jones does well to close out this over, and at the end of it, it's 49 for 2. We'll see a change of ends and a change of bowling here for the Atlanta Lightning. Looks like Hussein Thullat's going to operate from the far end of the ground now. Going to be back into Obis Pinar. Pinar with a lovely cover drive. That previous over to pick up 4 runs. And again, this is a huge partnership for the Atlanta Fire. If they want any part of this 173 runs, both men in the middle are so highly coveted domestically, and again, both are part of major league squads. We'll get to that in a moment. Again, advancing and does well. Does Thullat. Obis Pinar, he's looked to use his feet pretty consistently, attacking the bowlers here, wanting to get to the pitch of the ball. But Thullat, so experienced, wasn't going to let that worry him with the line and length that he's bowling. Again, talking about Obis Pinar and Aaron Jones, 2 men who play Major League Cricket. Obis Pinar, of course, member of the Washington Freedom. But bat in that middle order and played as a bigger hitter, new role for him. And Aaron Jones wasn't able to crack the 11, but was part of that ever so successful Seattle Orcas side. This time bat on ball, straight to short cover. But again, welcome signs for Pinar, who's coming off a pretty successful U.S. Masters T10. Representing the Morrisville Unity, and he'll look to carry that form here in Atlanta. Again, remaining in the Southern Division for the 2nd year in a row. New face for him in red this year, not the green of the Morrisville Raptors. Again, it's making an immediate impact for his side. Big shout, big shout. How's he gotten him? Yep, Thullat is off to the races. Big celebrations for him. And there you go, that's another wicket. How about this? Just that little bit of away movement. And that was the end of Obis Pinar after a couple of brilliant shots. That thin outside edge. Again, a shake of the head for Pinar as he has to walk off. Looked like he was just getting in flow. Hussein Thullat did the rest. Changed the game there. And he'll bring out a new man for the Atlanta Fire. He's Zain Zayed, who opened the batting yesterday but really struggled. Didn't really find any flow. We heard Faisal Shah criticizing the technique yesterday of Syed, where he was saying that it looked like Syed was just collapsing that back foot on every occasion, and for someone who is such a phenomenal stroke player, felt like it almost hinders his ability to access areas on the offside. And for the Atlanta Lightning, the drums, they are buzzing. A steady rhythm at the moment because they're taking wickets in consistent intervals. And again, this is a trademark of the Atlanta Lightning, the drumming. You see two drums out there, a pair of drumsticks. You may get to ask him to play a song at some point too. I'm going to ask the production team what song they're going to want him to play at some point, see if he can get it done. But right now they're playing the song of winning. Because the Atlanta Lightning, they're all over the Atlanta Fire at the moment. And Hussein Thalat, the change of ends, has worked wonders. Now it's Zain Zayed in the middle, alongside his captain, Aaron Jones. Will have to do quite a bit. Zayed, 173 runs needed for his side to cross the line and not fall too down on this weekend. Right before the Labor Day weekend as well. It's a big weekend in terms of games of cricket played. Atlanta, this will be the site for a lot of it. This brilliant facility that we see. The Buttonveers Cricket Complex. On the pads, on the pads! Finger given! A huge celebration, a huge shout. And Zain Zayed has to go for a golden ball duck. What a moment. What a bowler. Visible frustration for Zayed, but it's all about the drums. It's all about the celebrations for the Atlanta Lightning. They are owning today's play, and Zayed, it's a quick stay in the middle. He has to go to an end. It's a good changeup. It's a really good delivery. That full straight, there was real no doubt about it. Never looked like there was any bat involved, and this middle order being exposed in the power play. Jamar Hamilton, the new man in the middle, but let's talk about Hussein Thalat. How about this here? The change of ends has worked. Again, the drumming of the Atlanta Lightning. He's got a little bit more rhythm in there now. A little more pep in the step. Sticks are moving a little faster now, and rightfully so. He's put a halt to it now, but the Lightning, they're all over it. And for the Atlanta Fire, just have not looked good, and you can see it. Just some signs of frustration. Some signs of just not understanding what's quite going wrong. This was a team last year that it all went right. They got off to brilliant starts thanks to Rakeem Cornwall, who's in the CPL right now. And again, they're just struggling for answers. This team, the Atlanta Fire, this was a team that was in the finals last year, but right now just looks all out of sorts against the Atlanta Lightning. And again, have kept the other Atlanta sides as maybe little brother at times. But right now, they're just faulting. 4 down here in the 5th over. It's 49 for 4. And for Aaron Jones, the captain at the non-striker's end, he's got to watch. He's seen 2 partners dismissed. He sees the keeper, Jamar Hamilton, there in the middle as well. And so for this Fire side, they've got to find a way to get back. Here we go. Hussein Thalat on a hat trick and left alone from Jamar Hamilton. Won't see too many of those. It was a hat trick delivery. Didn't want to fend at anything outside the off stump, but Hussein Thalat's been absolutely special. He's looked tremendous. Line lengths, they've been terrific. And for the Atlanta Fire, they've got to find a way back into this game. Can Jamar Hamilton, can Aaron Jones be the savior that they're looking for? They're going to have to be 4 wickets down already. Not the start you would have been after. No run on offer. A great over. A fantastic over for Hussein Thalat and the Atlanta Lightning. And again, you're talking about the drums being played because the Lightning, they're well on their way. At the end of 5 overs, the score reads 49 for 4. Well, Funny Simhadri, he's got the ball in hand, and this is a dream situation for him. This is where he was so successful last season. Post wickets, maybe outside the power play, but he's bowling here in the power play with 4 wickets down, and when there were wickets on the board, there was nobody better in minor league cricket than Funny Simhadri. As a member of the Seattle Thunderbolts, was a big part of that reason why they were in the finals and why they won that championship. He takes wickets in big moments. He's a middle over cricketer. And he'll be bowling off here into Aaron Jones. Clips off his legs, and he'll pick up 1, maybe 2. Yeah, they'll push for a second, and they get it in the end. This is smart, really smart from Aaron Jones here. Gonna need a lot more of that with the Atlanta Fire. Plenty of runs to still go and get, so they're gonna need to run well between the wickets. And the Fire captain could be a big reason as to why they get over the line, and he's someone who can operate in these situations. He's done it for the USA at times as well. Just got him out of some sticky situations. Oh, a Yorker, brilliantly worked in from Funny Simhadri, and really well done to keep it away from Aaron Jones. This is what makes Funny Simhadri so special. He's got a smile on his face right now, a little bit of a grimace because it's just hot, but he's able to operate with the slower deliveries and then the lengths and the lines which he bowls. You can see he's attacking the legs of Aaron Jones straight away. He's going to bowl full, straight, attack the wickets, and just dare Aaron Jones to score from there. I think he'll be happy with just singles and doubles. Full and straight again tucked into the leg side. Well stopped at short mid-wicket. Well done there. Again, fielding efforts like this from Mark Parchman and the Atlanta Lightning is what's going to be needed. Simhadri's now smiling, and again, a much better start to his spell here today than it was yesterday. Just a couple of runs. This one tucked down the leg side. That one's going to run all the way to the boundary, and it's going to be 4. Unmukchan not too happy with that one, just straying down the legs a little bit too much there. And a welcome boundary for Aaron Jones and the Atlanta Fire. Again, maybe just a little bit too predictable. Funny Simhadri just aired in the line there. Far too easy for a man of Aaron Jones' caliber. And Funny Simhadri, again, he's a wicket-taking bowler. He searches for wickets, but I'm just curious, how maybe his role kind of develops through the duration of his 2023 Sunoco Minor League Cricket Championship, because he is seen as the strike bowler. He's seen as the veteran. This one's pushed into the offside. They'll go out there for 1. Almost a spinning effort throw there, but settles it just for that single. But just going back to Funny Simhadri, talking about the fact that he is now the veteran presence. He's the strike one. He's the one these batting teams are looking at as the pressure bowler. Maybe it's like if you go for runs, now you just put a little bit more pressure on your side. I think that's something to consider if you're Funny Simhadri and you're Unmukchan. Just going after, you hit Funny Simhadri. Just like Cornet Dry developed that name after year 1. It's just something to think about. Pulls the length back, down the leg side. It'll be a run out to fine leg. And with that single there, it'll close out an over there, a leg by to finish it out. At the end of the power play, it's 57 for 4.
वक्त आ गया है लक्ष्मी बासमती राइस को घर लाने का। लक्ष्मी एक्स्ट्रा लॉन्ग बासमती राइस। इसका हर दाना हो इतना लंबा, पकते हुए महके और प्लेट पे क्या खूब खिले।
हाँ, मेरे घर लाने का।
Back in to this Buttonveers Cricket Complex in this matchup between the two Atlanta sides. We go to a man who really delivered the goods yesterday with the Atlanta Lightning, Junaid Siddiqui. Was very good with the ball yesterday. Probably could have made the case that he deserved one more wicket than he got. But now at the end of the power play, Umukchand has looked to his premier strike spinner. And for the Atlanta Fire, look at Jamar Hamilton, who again, who's naturally aggressive, likes to go at it. Talk about his first 5 to 10 deliveries maybe being at a run a ball or under that, but beyond that, that's where he can really go right off. Pulls out of it, does Siddiqui. Siddiqui picking up a couple wickets yesterday. A lot of them on the leg side, backward square, and mid-wicket, both out. Pushes it straight back, and the look for that single there. Beats here Patel at short mid-wicket. Again, can't give those up for the Atlanta Lightning. Plenty of runs to play with, but again, for the Atlanta Lightning, don't want to give anything to this partnership. A partnership brews and builds. They can really make things happen. Remember, Sagar Patel was in a situation where it was 30 for 2, batting alongside Mark Parchment, who was getting things going, and then Patel took over the impetus, then built a partnership with Jesse Bouton, and then Eve McNally at the end came in and changed the game. So there's plenty of opportunity here for the Fire. It's about building this partnership, however, first. Can't lose a wicket. The required run rate, there's always scoreboard pressure that's floating above 9, but if you can still operate at 7 or 8 for the next couple of overs and keep these two intact, you can still be in this match. Pushed, and Siddiqui looks like he can't put any weight on that ankle. He's holding that ankle and he's looking straight down. He bumped into Jamar Hamilton, but this could be a moment here. We're gonna hope he's okay, but he is really struggling with that ankle right now, holding it at the moment. Again, hoping it's maybe just a cramp. Yeah, it seems to be fine now. No real sign of a limp either for Siddiqui, just stretching it out. But again, there's always that little bit of a worry about when there's those collisions, especially on a wicket, when you have spikes on and something twists in the wrong way, your knee gets stuck. Good signs to see him moving now. Seems to be in good spirits and quite all right. And bowling into Aaron Jones, a good player of spin in his own right. Very quick to get on to the back foot as well. Don't want to be too short. Pushes it into the leg side, and they'll pick up 1. Again, there's just the one fielder inside the ring on the leg side, and so that's also something to look at. That's why Aaron Jones and Jamar Hamilton have picked that area as a chance to go and get singles. Pushes it again through the infield on the leg side, and they'll pick up 1. Again, it's not pleasing cricket in the sense of it's not flashy, but it's what is required for the Atlanta Fire. Need to keep themselves in the match. Need to make sure they can do the job. They've changed the field here. Here Patel moved out of that short mid-wicket area, moved to backward point. And Aaron Jones, you're going to feel like he might just look to run 1 through fine leg if he gets a chance. Cuts. And it's following here Patel at backward point. It's gone through here Patel at backward point. And they'll get 2 runs. Here Patel struggling right now. The ball has a knack of following you when you're just not at your best. And right now here Patel, he's just become a victim of it. It's a good over here for the Fire, making sure they're getting runs, not being too risky either. Siddiqui keeps it to a dot to close out this over, and again, it's been another good one for the Atlanta Fire as they try to claw their way back into the match. 7 overs gone, 62 for 4.
Took that last corner pretty quick.
Sir, I need 1 hand on the roof, 1 hand on the pump.
Timeout for Sunoco Go Rewards.
Keep pumping.
With new Sunoco Go rewards, when you fuel, you save because rewards come first.
Well, Aaron Jones, he's the man on your screen, and excuse me, that's Jamar Hamilton. Aaron Jones on the left-hand side, Jamar Hamilton on your screen. He's a key cog in this machine, in this chase for the Atlanta Fire, alongside his captain. Just getting a new set of gloves, very hot out there. But Hamilton, he's going to have to go against his natural instinct for quite a while. Again, we talked about he's accustomed to playing a little bit slower for his first couple deliveries, but the problem comes in the fact that he is someone who just likes to get going. Once he sees the ball, it's just hard for him not to go after it. And maybe it's why Neve McNally is back. McNally struggled with the lines at times, but I think if you could just get one to hover around leg stub, middle and leg, you could just get the eyes lit up of Jamar Hamilton. First delivery in. Staying low, good work. McNally, really good work there. Full effort. And again, this is also something to think about. If you're Jamar Hamilton, just the ball maybe staying a little bit lower than you would have thought. It's something to think about on a wicket that's being beat down by the sun. Second match on it. Same block as well. Full straight. It's gone through Mukjand. Gonna be a one off a bye. Thought Mukjand had it of wraps. Not sure quite what happened. But Aaron Jones now calling for something else. Looks like might be a new set of gloves. I'm not sure. He did just get himself some gloves. Yeah, wasn't happy with the ones he received. So he's now looked to change it as well. And Aaron Jones now will be back in the middle. And it's going to be big for Aaron Jones. This is a situation that he is almost tailor-made for. Taking a team out of a situation and then can obviously hit the accelerator. We've seen him do it at the national level. He did it last season for the Fire. And we'll have to do it here again today. McNally, he's struggled with the line. Stayed down the leg side. This over has started off better. Been on stumps. On a length as well. Not trying to be too full. Full outside the off stump. It'll get through the infield. And it'll be one for the Atlanta Fire. Bring Jamar Hamilton back to the crease. And I'm just curious as to the plan for Aaron Jones here for McNally. It looks to be he wants to be full outside the off stump. But as we see Aaron Jones have a little laugh with McNally. I'm not sure if it's trying to extract some swing. This one just jumps up on Hamilton. No run on offer. That's really well bowled there from McNally. And I think that's the length you're going to want to operate at. Even if it's Aaron Jones, just because of the fact that that length, you can create problems. We've seen deliveries jump. We've seen deliveries stay maybe a little bit lower. So that might be the biggest thing to watch out for if you're McNally and if you're the Lightning, is that particular length. Fuller went for the Yorker, dug out brilliantly by Jamar Hamilton. And they'll pick up one out there to long on. And the Fire doing exactly what they need to do. It's not going to be flamboyant. They're not going to look for any flamboyance really to start things off here. It's going to be about keeping themselves in the game, and I think that's probably the discussion is when can we go? When do we go? But no, they're looking more as to just getting those ones, getting those. Again, you see that discussion in the middle. Not sure if there's a break in play, or looks like the umpires might have just been looking at the ball. But again, that discussion in the middle would always be about what are we going to do? How do we approach the next dozen overs or so? Again, the plan seems to be clear. I think it's just single double game for a while. Make sure you get 6-7 runs and over. Pushed into the leg side. And they'll get that single there. It's a good over, good comeback over for McNally after going for a couple of runs in his first. Comes back and tightens the screws quite a bit. 7 overs gone. Excuse me, 8 overs gone. 66 for 4. Well, we're here in lovely Atlanta as we see a quick run taken. But here in Atlanta, it's been a brilliant complex, a beautiful facility that we've been given a chance to cover and chance to be at, the Buttonveers Cricket Complex. Really hard work put in by all involved. And to have this in the United States, it's such just a key to the growth of the game. See a big swipe. Oh, good work here, Patel. Might have faced some scrutiny for him in the previous over. You can hear the cheers for here, Patel. The drums have come out because they have understood how big that is for the young man to do that at covers. And again, how big that is and keeping that dot ball as well. But this facility is quite impressive. This isn't the final ground. There's so many grounds here. As this one's found an inside edge. That's why we're going to see quite a few games played here over Labor Day weekend. And again, talking about the main ground that they're building, the one that's got the beautiful Bermuda grass and the sodding with the pitch. It's such a key figure to the eye. It's brilliant to watch. And again, you talk about the Atlanta Fire, who plenty of fans out and support, maybe just a little bit in shock of what they're seeing right now. Thought their side would have a real opportunity after that first over went for what it did. Aaron Jones defends one away, but can you look at the dugout as well for the Atlanta Fire? Get to that after the delivery, but this is defended away from Aaron Jones. No run on offer. Again, the dugout for the Atlanta Fire. Just again, it's a solemn dugout over there to close out the 9th over.
आ गया है लक्ष्मी बासमती राइस को घर लाने का। लक्ष्मी एक्स्ट्रा लॉन्ग बासमती राइस, इसका हर दाना हो इतना लंबा, पकते हुए महके और प्लेट पे क्या खूब खिले।
हाँ, मेरे घर लाने का।
Back here, at the start of a new over, the Atlanta Fire are gonna love this. Maybe not, maybe not. Taken. Straight out to Mark Parchment. Just thought maybe Jamar Hamilton could have gotten all of it. And Mark Parchment takes a brilliant catch. Again, just disappointment for Jamar Hamilton. And the Atlanta Lightning have got to feel really good about what they've done and where they're going to end up. Feels like they could be well on their way to being on top in this matchup. Hamilton, I feel real disappointed. Just looked to take it over the top. And usually such a big hitter. Such a delight to watch. Got the toe end of the bat. We were just talking about maybe the Fire with that shot could get something going, but straight down the throat of Mark Parchment. Bring out the new man into the middle, Nasser Hussein. And wickets falling at the wrong times. That partnership was brewing and building. And for the Fire camp, it's not a happy establishment at the moment, as we see Jamar Hamilton join them. Thought they were in for a treat of an innings after the first over went for 19. Then that wicket. Now 4 more have followed. 5 down in this 10th over. And Neve McNally's got a wicket to his name. Again, the Fire just not putting their best foot forward, it seems. And there's still plenty of capability between the two men in the middle. Aaron Jones, Nasser Hussein. They can get it done, but it's going to be a tall task for these two. The captain, the ex-Bangladeshi international. Again, Nasser Hussein, someone who's capable with the bat, can push it into the gaps, and we've seen him score in a hurry at times, but again, it's not going to be about scoring in a hurry. It's going to be about surviving for a period of time. That one's going to be deemed a good ball there for McNally. Maybe just staying low off of the surface, but it's been a good comeback for Neve McNally after that first over. It's kind of the opposite of how he started with the bat. Really started off with the bat in a hurry, a couple of sixes in his first over. This time with the ball, struggled with the line and the length, but since has found real rhythm. Pushed into the offside in the pocket. Direct hit, cry for a wicket, given, not out. There, but again, love to see it from Hussein Thalat. And again, those direct hits, not really a close play there, but again, this pressure, always have to think about it if you're the opposition. Always got to worry about those quick runs. A much different team in the field the Atlanta Lightning are from yesterday. Outside edge, cries of catch it, fielder there. Taken, that's the skipper. He's got to go, and the Atlanta Lightning, they're all over it. McNally's got 2. He broke the partnership of Hamilton and Jones, and now he's got Aaron Jones, who's going to have to go. The Fire, this is not what they expected. This is not what they thought. They always knew it was going to be a tough chase. But Aaron Jones just looking to go big. Caught straight at third man. And this is not the outcome, the desire, the way this game should have played out for the Fire. Captain Aaron Jones will have to walk back to the dugout. He'll be replaced by the former captain Corney Dry, the big, tall, quick, who's known for his ability to hit at the end. He's played a bunch of cameos, but it's a lot more than a cameo than what's needed. He's going to have to play a long and a big innings alongside Nasser Hussein if the Fire want any part of this. The Lightning, they've done brilliantly, starting with the bat, with the ball. Again, and they never look phased. Look, John doesn't fire immediately. He has to go. And then you talk about the fact that You're losing some wickets, but Sagar Patel hangs in there. You talk about the fact that Jesse Bhutan comes in and hangs in there, and again, for Cornet Dry now, it's going to be about doing similar things to what the Atlanta Lightning did. The Lightning were so good at just sticking in the game. Talk about the first over of this bowling innings for the Lightning. You talk about the fact that they were able to fend off those 19 runs that came upon them, and then the final delivery, Pankaj Kumar Rao takes the wicket of Kanar Lewis. Cornet Dry fire back with Ian McNally taking 2 wickets. Outside edge is going to run down to third man. Really good work along the boundary. Keeps it to just 1. This is great effort in the field from the Atlanta Lightning. Black and white difference. And again, if you see the replay, again, really good work at third man, sliding, keeping that one from being 4 runs. Really impressive work here for the Atlanta Lightning. They're in better spirits today. It felt like they were deserving to win this matchup the whole way through. Never really gave the Fire a sniff of it. Again, it's efforts like that with the dive and good work in the field, taking their catches. Remember, had a couple of drops yesterday, lots of missed fields, overthrows. Today, much more clinical, much more precise, and they're reaping the benefits. Defended away from Nasir Hussain. Neve McNally, you can see the run through for him too. He's finishing towards the batter. That's the sign of a bowler who's in high confidence and who's bowling the way he wants to bowl. And at the end of the 10th over, it's 70 for 6.
What's up, Doug? What got into you?
At Sunoco, we know how to fuel peak performance. Fuel your best.
He's in the way. Well, back here at the Butterbeers cricket complex rather. The Atlanta Lightning are all over it. They've got their signs out. The drums are banging. And for the Atlanta Fire, it's going to take a special innings to get them back in the match. 103 needed from the final 10 overs with just 4 wickets in hand. And the last recognized bat, you would have to say it's going to be Nasir Hussain. Cornet Dry is a bowler who can throw his bat around. I think there's Subramanian still to come, but it's not a team that is going to be known for its batting with the bowlers. Tickled well into the leg side. It could run all the way to the boundary. Just hold up in the grass, and they'll pick up a couple of runs. They'll pick up 2. That's really good work. It's really smart work from Cornet Dry. Quite an opposite taste of batting. Usually more of a brute force player, straight back down the ground, uses the long levers. Instead, with this shot, showed off the elegance, the grace, a little tickle, a little touch down the leg side. Picks up a couple. Uses the pace of Siddiqui well. Siddiqui fires back well, goes straight on off stump and really nowhere to operate. Cornet Dry would have to hold out on playing any of those big shots now. And we talk about net run rate too. At this point, it's that kind of game. Again, tries at Cornet Dry. Got a bit of bat on it, so they'll pick up a single. But speaking of net run rate, with the way the Southern Division is, it's going to be loaded. It's going to come down to, it feels, net run rate for somebody. For last season, it was the Atlanta Lightning. It came down to net run rate. Losing to the Morsel Raptors, but they've been close. The key of net run rate is because of the fact that the Atlanta Lightning will hold a couple of wins over you, because the Baltimore Royals run rate is so high, as this one's pushed into the offside and they'll get 1. You don't want to get caught too far back. There's 3 teams that get an opportunity to make the playoffs in this edition of minor league cricket. A new wrinkle thrown into the mix. And right now, if you're the Atlanta Lightning, you're seeing yourself and you're seeing the Morsel Raptors as the other teams that can fight for those playoff spots. The Raptors have only played 2 games on the season. They're 1-1, but the run rate right now is going to be the key. Yes, you'll drop 2 games. You'll have a couple of losses to your name to fire, but to keep that run rate up. As this one's hit into the air, cries of catch it, falls short, stops it though, will save a boundary. Good work out in the deep for the Lightning. But as we were mentioning, when we talk about the net run rate, if you can just keep yourself in the mix, you can make things interesting. A couple wins on Labor Day, if you beat the Morsha Raptors as well, you just see maybe a chance of you back in the playoffs. You don't want to just try to throw your hands at everything, get bowled all out, and your net run rate goes to minus, and that's where you can be in some real trouble. Long season still to come, however. Defended away. Good work from Siddiqui. Doesn't give you a lot of room to operate as a bowler, and he gets through his overs very, very quickly. That'll close out the 11th, and at the end of 11, the score reads 75 for 6.
वक्त आ गया है लक्ष्मी बासमती राइस को घर लाने का। लक्ष्मी एक्स्ट्रा लॉन्ग बासमती राइस, इसका हर दाना हो इतना लंबा, पकते हुए महके और प्लेट पे क्या खूब खिले।
हाँ, मेरे घर लाने का।
Okay. Back here, where the Atlanta Lightning are all over, and Eve McNally, he's your front runner for me for player of the match. I think Sagar Patel has a stay at it because of his 50, but think of McNally's 23 from 8. Think about the wickets he's taken. Jamar Hamilton, Aaron Jones. He's a big-time player. Beats the outside edge of Cornet dry, and again, the Lightning would love it here. We talk about net run rate in favor of the Atlanta Fire, yes, but yes, the Lightning could get a win, but they could also really bump their net run rate. If they can bowl the Fire all out and keep themselves in a position where that net run rate jumps quite a ways away. Again, it'll jump even if they win in the allotted 20 overs, but this is domination here. After losing their early game to the Fort Lauderdale Lions, they've come back in quite a way. Pushed into the offside, it'll race out to deep cover. They'll pick up 1. Yeah, Nasir Hussain not looking for anything too extra there. Again, if you're these two batters, you don't want to lose patience. You don't want to try to manufacture a shot and lose your wickets. Net run rate is going to play a big part in this tournament, as it always has, as always will. And until they find a new way to break ties, net run rate will always be a factor in any T20 competition or any ICC competition. Use of the feet, digs out a good Yorker. Good adjustment from both players. Both parties did well there. Neve McNally. Got the drums going, and for the Atlanta Lightning, again, we talked about the adjustment made there from both players. Good work by Nasir Hussain to dig out the Yorker, but also from Neve McNally, seeing the movement and then just going for that Yorker straight up. It's got the Lightning fans, the Lightning coaches happy in their dugout, enjoying. They'll be enjoying the Atlanta Heat at the moment. I'm not sure many people do enjoy the Atlanta Heat, but they will be. Very hot day, blistering, but not blistering for the Fire. It's been kind of real static warmth, a lukewarmth to their innings. Short, top edge, 4 runs. Unlucky for McNally. It hits the Sunoco banner on the way through. So maybe that's the start of a refuel for the Atlanta Fire, but it ends up being 4 runs for Nasir Hussain. Unlucky for McNally. It was a good delivery, well-angled bouncer. Just found the right part of the bat for Hussain. And if you take a look at the replay, digs it in short, climbs on Hussain, and again, you can just see the top edge of the bat. No fielder there, deep fine. So once it got past him, Mukchand, there was always going to be 4 runs. See if McNally elects to go back to it or if it looks to go full. And and just digs out onto the onside. They'll get a quick single. He'll bring Cornet dry to strike here. On the legs and just trailing down the leg side. A good over for McNally. Smiles for the Atlanta Lightning because, man, don't they deserve it. At the end of 12, score reads 80 for 6.
Took that last corner pretty quick.
Sir, I need one hand on the roof, one hand on the pump.
Timeout for Sunoco Go rewards.
Keep pumping.
With new Sunoco Go rewards, when you fuel, you save because rewards come first.
Well, that's the Lightning team. And Coach, he's writing in his notepad. He's got some notes, but I'm not sure what they're for. This team has been really good today. They've come back, fixed all the mistakes of yesterday, gotten the fielding back to what it should be, and he's got to be happy with his side. But seems to be a stoic presence in there in the dugout. Siddiqui to continue. Can he find the wicket of Nasir Hussain, the fellow spinner? Down the track, in the air. It'll fetch a couple of runs. It'll fetch 4, however. Didn't feel like he struck it quite well enough for it to be 4, but ends up getting it in the end. Smiles for Hussain, smiles for Siddiqui, as he'll find 4 runs of his own. So signs of life for the Atlanta Fire, and I think he's saying, it just hit the inside half of my bat there, but plenty of power in those arms to get it over the top. Again, don't want to get too carried away with this, Hussain. I don't think you would want to go at another one of Siddiqui's delivery, especially like that, where he didn't even get close to it. Just trying to trust his hands. A second time he's missed the run up there. First time I thought it might be a chance of running out the non-strikers in, but Kornacki was well within his area. But if you walk over to that side of the ground, there's a little lift in the wicket there. It just comes at a weird angle, but Siddiqui's bowled from this end all weekend long. So interesting that the trouble is coming now. And now Udmukchand wants to have a word with his bowler. And you see Udmukchand, and you see the bowler, and I think he can't bowl anymore. I think he said, his captain, look, I can't do it. We saw him holding his ankle earlier. I think that's what's come to it. Yeah, they're going to get a replacement on as well. And Siddiqui's going to get some high fives, waves the hat, waves the glasses as he heads off, and he does deserve it. Was a match winner yesterday, and he's just saying aside, look, I can't bowl. And it looks like here Patel is going to be the new man with ball in hand. He's going to finish out this over. The young leggy, and you can just see him continue to walk off. Siddiqui, that slow walk to the boundary, and again, well played to Siddiqui. Real big part of this side, ex-Canadian national team player. Here Patel, from the Canadian to the American. The left arm spinner replaces Cut. No run on offer there. Here Patel starts well. Here Patel, he's a good spinner. He's a young kid who's, taking cricket with him even through college, and college plays in cricket league that runs through multiple universities. Was actually in Houston at the time of the combine. As this inside edge will fetch a couple of runs. He was in Houston for the college tournament during the time of the Major League Combine, where we saw like guys like Chan playing in front of IPL scouts and scouts of different franchises all over the world. And I got a chance to have a word with him, and he seemed in great spirits and is just looking to get back to cricket. Cornet dry, looking to take a big one. Another inside edge will fetch another single run there. Here Patel bowling well. And again, one of the brighter young talents in the USA. Someone who's very smart, trusting of the way he plays the game and how he wants to adapt. Here Patel just trusts himself, and it comes from just the success he had as a youth cricketer. And again, he just kept refining the skills and kept working. That's why Mokchan feels comfortable handing him the ball. Sneakily good with the bat as well. Again, comes down the track. Here Patel unable to get there. Does get a hand to it, so they'll get the single out to long off. Here Patel back into Cornet dry. Looks to push, and it gets through. Here Patel. A little bit of visible confusion as he was looking to run around, but he'll pick up a dot ball to close out that over. A good replacement over for Here Patel, and at the end of it, the Atlanta Fire are 87 for 6. Funny Samhadri coming back in for his second spell. Put it off well on his first. Just went for a couple of runs, but he looked good to the MVP of last season. Full toss, missed out. Rolled the fingers on it, but he's missed it completely. Nasir Hussain, and you see Samhadri there trying to try out the hands because he's looking to bowl that variation. He's just missed on it. This one cut through the offside. It'll be run out to deep cover. Against Samhadri, he's just known for what he can do, rolling his fingers over the ball. That's the key, and why he's so effective, and why he's picking up so many wickets. And I'm interested to see, there's a vacant cow corner area for Cornet dry. He loves that area. There's long on, but does he look to roll one over and keep it on leg stump? Yeah, that was the area we were talking about. It felt like he was going to go there all along. You can see how far the ball is rolled all the way over. Again, you can see that yellow jersey out there chasing after it. That's how far Cornet dry has taken it. Oh, good throw from the young man as well. Maybe get him in minor league cricket. There we go. But signs of life for the Atlanta Fire. Signs of life for Cornet dry. Again, this is what he's known for, using the long levers to hit, to rake, as my partner Nate Hayes would like to say, using the baseball terms, and just is able to get the ball into those areas. And speaking of that cow corner region, one shot and it's plugged up. Funny Samhadri is also now coming around the wicket. So again, I like this. We'll attack the stumps, and we'll also invite that shot, going with the angle. Chance to open things up here. Cornet dry. He's got 1-6 to his name. How does he go on this next delivery? Down the track, hit into the leg side. straight to that cow corner fielder. They'll get one for it, and that's why that fielder's been put in that position. And funny Samadhi, good ability to come back and adjust, and that's what makes him so special. Not just the wickets, not just the fact that, again, he picked him up, but the fact that even when he went for runs, he wasn't shy and didn't shy away from the situation. He just performed, and he just kept doing what he does best. Hit straight back. Fielder's coming to converge on it. I don't know if he's bisected him. He hasn't, but they'll pick up a single there. Good work by long on, long off. Again, having a word with the bowler, Neve McNally, and we're with Samadri, and we'll see what he has for Cornet Dry. This game isn't over per se. The Fire can get themselves back into it, but it's rather unlikely with just the situation. Big shout, but it's definitely come off with a bat. And they're pushing for two. Here Patel throw comes in, and they get it as well. Really good work here from the Atlanta Fire. And that'll close out an over. It's just a solid over for the Atlanta Lightning. Yes, that 6 came in it, but plenty of runs on the board for that. 14 overs gone, 99 for 6.
वक्त आ गया है लक्ष्मी बासमती राइस को घर लाने का। लक्ष्मी एक्स्ट्रा लॉन्ग बासमती राइस। इसका हर दाना हो इतना लंबा, पकते हुए महके और प्लेट पे क्या खूब खिले।
हाँ, मेरे घर लाने का।
So we welcome you back here to Spurhamvere's Cricket Complex, a beautiful facility that we've had the pleasure of being at for the past 2 days, and we're going to miss it, but we can see ourselves back here Labor Day weekend. Stay tuned for that. Stay tuned for the rest of this 2023 Sunoco Minor League Cricket Championship, and while you're watching it, make sure you tuck in with a bowl of Lakshmi rice in for the next over. It's good bowling. It's good bowling from Pankaj Kumar Rao. He's just known for this. This is what he does on a consistent basis. Again, just think about his first over, will you? If we just take a little time travel back. Went for 19 and 5 deliveries. Kenar Lewis has taken him to the cleaners through covers, straight back, wherever you want it. He's finding the boundary. Doesn't phase him. Pulls the length back. Invites Kenar Lewis to go across the line. Ball hangs low, takes the wicket, celebration, and the Lightning never let up from there. And that set the game up nicely for the Atlanta Lightning. Tucked into the leg side, and they'll find themselves a single. They'll find their 100 on the board here in the 15th over. Some applause from the Fire dugout, and again, it'll be a seldom one there. The Fire dugout, yeah, they'll have a couple of high fives, but I know they've left so much on the board, and they haven't done the job they were set to do. Where the Atlanta Fire and the Lightning have gotten the better of them twice on this weekend. Never something you want to say. When you have an opportunity to play the same opponent twice, you don't want to drop 2 games. You want to make sure you can at least split, worst case scenario. And again, they were so close yesterday, just felt a couple more runs. Now chasing, they just haven't been able to replicate the same magic. Short again, and just a slight push into the leg side. They'll pick up a single. Again, these two are just going to look to take the game deep, take the game until the very end, and not look to really take any unnecessary risks. Cornet Dry, if it's in his area, he'll hit it, but other than that, he's just going to look to rotate. Nasir Hussain's look to do the same thing. Hasn't been too ultra aggressive. The one step down to Junaid Siddiqui. This one hit into the leg side, and that's going to be well away. is going all the way, and it's going to be 6 runs. It's running all the way to the house out in the distance, but there you go. The Atlanta Fire, they'll enjoy that. They saw a 6 from Cornet Dry in the previous over. This time, a 6 from that man, Nasser Hussein. Again, if just saw that, just trailing over to that house over there. Just take another look. It's brilliant on that replay. How good that shot was. He got it well above him. But again, Nasser Hussein, he's looked really good. He's shown an ability, and so it's not a lack of batting depth or a batting ability. It's just execution at this point for the Atlanta Fire. This time over the top of cover, just over the top of that outreached hand, and it'll race into the woods. It'll be 4 runs there, and they might need to go get the ball finding committee for that one. Can you just take another look at this? It's just helped over covers, and again, just over the top. You just take another look. Fuller, a little bit of width, and just over the top of that outstretched hand, that short cover. Found 4 runs, and Nasser Hussein, 10 runs from the previous 2 deliveries. Finding some rhythm, finding an ability now is Hussein. Taking a liking to Pankaj Kumar Rao, giving his team something to cheer for. This one straight up. Fielder's underneath it. Fielder there, cover, takes the catch. It was in the air for a long time, but Mark Parchment tracked it well. And an end to the batting display of Nasser Hussein. Did well, Mark Parchment. He did well with the bat. Nasser Hussein, after that little cameo, has got to go. And you see the drumming right now happening for the Atlanta Lightning, and you see the replay for Nasser Hussein. It was just full. Looked to play a similar shot. I think just rolled the fingers on it. Pankaj Kumar Rao. And that's what caused it to come off the toe end, the higher end of the bat. And Mark Parchment, a brilliant catch, really. Never easy running back. It was in the air for a long time, in the sun, but made it look real easy in the end. Safe hands, Parchment, cool customer. And brings out the new man, Emilio Alfonso, into the middle. Getting a good cameo from Nasser Hussein. A smile for Cornet Dry, and Rishi Pandey on your screen as well. Key cog in that batting fixture last year. Maybe something to look at for the Atlanta Fire, but right now all eyes will be on those two, Cornet Dry and Emilio Alfonso, more known for what they do with ball in hand, but now is going to be asked to do quite a bit with the bat and just keep the game in, keep the game alive. Don't want to get too frustrated too quickly. And Emilio Alfonso will start at the non-strikers end. Cornet Dry will work his way over to the strikers end, and we'll get our look at 23 with 32 at the non-strikers. And there you go, 2-3-3-2. If that's not good luck, I'm not sure what is, ladies and gentlemen. But for the Atlanta Fire, again, just have to reevaluate. There's plenty of talent. The talent hasn't left. If anything, the talent's really grown. Yes, you lose Rakeem Cornwall, and that's a big loss. He's someone who's just able to score runs at really a high rate and a consistent rate. Didn't falter too many times and took a lot of pressure off the rest of that lineup. But yes, no Stephen Taylor as well, also part of the CPL, but there's plenty of batting on this team. Hussein Talatin, innovative to get a single. Cornet Dry was doing quite a bit there. Foot in the back, moves across his stumps, and then went all the way to ramp it, and then said, oh, I'm just going to run it down to third man in the end. He's going to tell you what, it's a brilliant shot there. Emilio Alfonso now. He's on strike, and he's the main man to see. We heard facial shot. Talk about it earlier yesterday that this is a guy who has a lot of value in his batting, someone who likes to hit, so now it's going to be the opposite nature. Can you go out there and block? Just beats the outside edge. Good work from Hussein Talat. It has been very, very good, Talat. Again, talk about a couple key wickets for him. The wicket of Obis Pinar from the far end. And again, the Lightning never let the Fire get back into the game, and I think that's something to also look at for the Fire. They've taken early wickets. They've taken those wickets, and they've gotten into positions where they should be ahead of the game. And then the Lightning have just found ways to creep in. Again, credit goes to the Atlanta Lightning for that, but there's also something to be said for the Atlanta Fire needing to just be able to keep their foot on the neck, put the nail in the coffin. Haven't done so this weekend. Short, hit away into the leg side, fielder there, but he can only watch it sail over. It'll be 6 runs there. Neva McNally was stationed there deep mid-wicket, but Emilio Alfonso showing off the ball striking and showing off his ability to go yard, as they do say. And there it is for Emilio Alfonso. Hyping up the crowd a little bit, hyping up his own dugout. They're enjoying the show, and they'll enjoy to see what the bowlers have on offer with the bat in hand. Don't want to get too carried away, though. Want to make sure they bat through the innings, will the Atlanta Fire. Hussein Talat maybe try to go a little bit fuller and slow it down after seeing him swing as hard as he has. Slower ball, no ball, brilliantly worked to the offside. They're going to come back for 2. Yeah, they'll get it in the end. Really good work. That and the no ball here signaled from the umpire. That's a big moment there. Emilio Alfonso, again, we talked about, he likes to swing. He likes to go big. Now he's got an opportunity to do just that. And he'll have a word with his partner, Cornet Dry. Hussein Talat will feel disappointed in that, but Emilio Alfonso hit a 6. Saw the slower one, picked it. That's the biggest thing. It's not like he just went to go for it and just found an edge and went. He picked it, placed it into a gap, and now he has an opportunity on this free hit to take advantage, to use that swing of his, packed the leg side field for this delivery. Swing comes out all along the carpet, and they'll pick up a single out to cow corner, but a bit of life here. And so again, if you're the Atlanta Fire, there's plenty of this bowling, plenty of batting. But again, when you talk about the execution up top, they'll get it in stints, but they haven't got it for a full game, and that's going to be the key thing for them. Yes, this is, you would argue this is maybe the most talented team in the division, but they just haven't figured everything out yet, and that's the biggest thing for the Lightning. Yes, they added Jonathan. He hasn't even fired really yet, but they've had all their other pieces continue to flow in the way they did last season. Went to go big, Cornet Dry, unable to get on it. Spotted the movement, Hussein Talat, and that's been the key. He's just seen everything a little bit earlier than a lot of other bowlers have. For Cornet Dry, just looking to make some room and help himself over covers. Almost looked like Obis Pinar there. I've seen a couple of Obis Pinar highlights where he looks to make some room and go over covers, kind of squatting before as well, and just shades of his new teammate there for Cornet Dry. But Talat has responded well after that 6, after the no ball. He's gone back to his usual tight ways and a little bit change in the field. Sends back mid off to the deep position there. Heading's on the rope. So asking Cornet Dry to go over covers, open up the stumps. Wouldn't be surprised to see a delivery angled in. Full straight down the leg side. Well done by Sagar Patel out in the deep. On the bounce and gets it to just be a single to close out the over. And one that was an eventful one for the Atlanta Fire faithful at the end of the 16th over. It's 123 for 7.
What's up, Doug? What got into you?
At Sunoco, we know how to fuel peak performance. Fuel your best.
Funny Samhadri back with ball in hand for the Atlanta Lightning. Again, so good, and someone who was another one of those people, the two men on your screen, Emilio Ponzo, Funny Samhadri, never cracked the Major League 11s, but they would have learned a lot as part of those setups. And unable to pick it up was Mark Parchment. Been really good in the field, and thought maybe he might have gotten a quick run out, but again, we've talked so much about Funny Samhadri. It hasn't been the start to the year that we thought Funny Samhadri would have. You know, we've seen him be someone who takes wickets and takes them quickly and takes them often. And again, we talked about the move from Seattle. The key thing with Seattle was he didn't have to be the strike bowler. He got to pick wickets up later. That's a good take there from Mumuk Chand. It's a new role for Funny Samhadri. He has to be the premier bowler, the strike bowler, the one who's taking the first wicket of the game rather than taking the 6th wicket of the game, taking the 4th wicket of the game. It's a new role for him, and so it's going to take some time to adjust. And I don't think he's lost full toss, one bounce out to the fielder. I don't think he's lost that ability. It's just the fact that it's a new role, and teams play him a little bit differently. As Cornet Dry has asked for a new bat. It wasn't like the 6 that he hit with that one. Didn't like the 6 he hit with the ton. Won the SG. Wants a lighter bat. I think he's going to swing hard now. Go after Funny Samhadri. He did hit the 6 off of him. Let's see if Cal Corner becomes a region to attack now. Pull the length back. That's real smart. Again, this is why Funny Samhadri is so good. That's really smart. Saw the new bat coming in. Saw the fact that it's a lighter bat. Probably wants to go down the ground. He likes going down the ground. Says, okay, that's fine. I'm going to pull the length back. Hit me now. Again, this is why, even if he's not taking the 2 to 4 wickets he's taken every single game, why you still trust him as a bowler. Hit back straight. One bounce out to long on. Keeps it to just 1. Again, looking to attack that region, but again, we've mentioned it over and over again for the Atlanta Lightning. The fielding is better. This shows of a team that's maybe understanding, hey, we have some flaws and we need to improve in these areas, and they're cognizant of it, and they do it. Slower ball again. Well taken by Mumuk Chand. It's almost rolling to him. Deemed wide, though, by the umpire there. Funny Samhadri didn't really like the call, but just a touch too wide from the reigning MVP. Hit straight back. Has he got all of it? No. Fielder underneath it. Made it look regulation. It was a juicy full toss that was taken quite comfortably out at long on. And Funny Samhadri, we talk about, hasn't been amongst the wickets. Has gotten one of his wickets today. Emilio Ponzo has to go. He's had a couple of lusty blows, but at this point hasn't done it. Drums are out in full display as Emilio Ponzo continues his walk towards a saddened dugout for the Atlanta Fire. And just a weekend you're going to want to forget if you're the Atlanta team of red. And one to remember for the Atlanta team of yellow, as we see the new man, Jeremy Gordon, find his way into the middle. Again, this is something that bodes well for the Atlanta Fire in other matches, not today, but the fact that you have these batters at the back that are big hitters. You know, when you talk about the best teams in the world, the best T20 team in the world at the moment would be England. You talk about the fact that, you know, you can bat all the way down the lineup. Talk about Pakistan, you can bat, you can have some hitters all the way down the lineup. That's what really separates teams, and so, yes, your top order is a little bit of a problem. Something to positives to be seen as Pankaj Kumar Rao will be back with ball in hand. Was really good again. Is that initial wicket? It's an innate ability. It seems to be the nature of this team of just not really giving up, feeling like they can be in any game. Even if they get off to a sluggish start, they don't get off to the best start with the ball. Again, and his day-to-day is an exact replica of that idea. It's that ability to come back and fire and not worry too much about what has just happened and just stick to the plans. Very disciplined team the Atlanta Lightning have proven to be. Oh, lovely, just evades fine leg inside the ring. Thought maybe it could have been an opportunity, but Cornet Dry will pick up a boundary. We've seen him look to be cheeky, and he's done it quite well there. Plays the scoop shot to perfection, gets it away from the fielder, and they'll find themselves with 4 more runs. Cornet Dry. And again, if you're the Atlanta Fire, something to take note of. You can, if you have 30 runs to get for your last 4 or 5 batters, they can get it. They can go and get it even in quickly. It's not that they can score 40 if you have all day to do it. They can do it in a couple of overs. He's proven it again, straight back down the ground. That's a huge 6 then. And again, it's Cornet Dry who's just striking the ball beautifully right now. And so this is about putting the game together for the Atlanta Fire. This is a team that's showing that their strength. This is a guy who's batting at number 6, number 7. And he can do this. He can score runs in a hurry. This is not something that's unaccustomed for Cornet Dry. It's not new. And maybe the new SG bat is working the wonders he thought it would. Good comeback there for Bunka Drought. Goes with that Yorker, but again, speaking of Cornet Dry, talk about that bat there. Remember, traded out the SS Ton, said, I want the SG. And that SG's doing him wonders. He's able to play that little scoop for 4, straight back down the ground for 6. And now we'll have an opportunity to try to see if he can score a couple more runs and hit a couple more boundaries. Again back. He hasn't quite got all of this one, but placed it well enough. He's placed it well enough. It's between the 2 fielders. It's 4 runs, and Cornet Dry have done it beautifully once again. The new bat working wonders for the big, quick. Can you just take another look at this? It's pretty similar delivery. It's outside the off stump. And there's a fielder at long off. There's a fielder at deep cover. And he's picked him out. He's picked the gap beautifully, perfectly even. Perfectly bisects those 2. And again, just showing that ability of his. Again, if you're the Atlanta Fire, something to look at. This is good signs. This is a good way to carry momentum into next week. Straight back down the ground. Can the fielder get there? Yeah, he will. Parchman does well. Keeps it to just 1. Firmly struck. It's a good over for the Atlanta Fire. They've done well, and we'll see our first look at Jeremy Gordon. See our first look at Jeremy Gordon here, and again, another one of those quicks who can have those long levers and play those big shots straight back down the ground. See if he can do one here on the final delivery of the over. Tries to. Third man, not there. 4 runs. What an over for the Atlanta Fires. Climbing the hill. Some applause from the dugout. They're appreciating the efforts from that lower order to close out this over. It's a huge over for the Atlanta Fire. They get to 148 at the end of the 18th. They're 8 down, but it doesn't seem to have mattered. The Fire are loud as they've ever been because as much as we want to say the game is out of reach here, it's 25 from 2. This game has gotten interesting here. It's 25 from the final 2 overs. This is a bit of game it feels like it's never really been in the Fire's hands. But can the Fire escape this win? 148 for 8. And the Atlanta Fire, they're sensing the occasion right now. There's at the edge of their seats. And the Atlanta Lightning, maybe a little bit laxed, playing with every other kind of ball. But you can see Coach in the left corner of that screen. He has a shake of the head. He was writing stuff down, and that notepad's got to get fuller and fuller because he's seen his team from a real winnable position. Now he's talking about how are we coming to a spot where it's 25 from 2. The Cornet Dry has taken this game away from us. Now there's some pressure. Now it gets interesting. Unmukjan, the captain. Unmukjan, the captain, would have thought this game was well and truly set. But there's another twist in the tail. He's having a word with his bowlers, and again, would just hate to flutter here. Umpires having a look at the ball and maybe just changing it out. Yeah, it looks like they are going to change it out. Looks like it might have just lost its shape. New ball being presented to the Atlanta Lightning. Cornet Dry on strike as well. Don't turn away now, but we have a game on our hands here at the Butterbeers Cricket Fields because of that man, Cornet Dry, as he's just has the helmet off, trying to get out of some of that heat. But what a win this would be for the Atlanta Fire if they were able to get this done. They would just have stolen a game, and just to carry that into next week when you haven't gotten the performances out of the top order that you thought. But if there's one man who can stifle this, it's Funny Simhadri. They've given the ball to the strike bowler, the wicket taker. Has all the variations, he's hard to score off of. What can he do? 25 from 12. That's why he's there. Funny Simhadri has that slingy action that Cornet Dry is talking about right now. And he just rolls his fingers over the ball. He just is always so cool and calm. Cornet Dry. Oh, he's undone the wide. It would have been a wide. It would have been one wide there, but Cornet Dry's got it off of his legs. And now Jeremy Gordon be on strike here to face Funny Simhadri. It's a real win of a situation for the Atlanta Lightning. 24 from 10. Cornet Dry at the non-strikers end. Now Gordon, he's someone who can hit the ball and go a long ways down the ground. And if he can get a hold of one, and that's why you've seen the third man go back. Digs out a Yorker, runs it well. Funny Simhadri, he's showing it off. This is what he does so well, Funny. Never fazed by situations, can bowl in really any situation. And he's doing the job right now. Very tough for the Atlanta Fire to claw back into this one. 23 from 9. And Cornet Dry is going to have to get it done. You're going to need a boundary in the over. You're going to need one. Looks to scoop it. Can only find mid-wicket and says no to the run. It was the right idea. I really think it was the right idea. No fielders out in the deep. That's a fine leg, and he's played that shot so well. But Funny Simhadri spotted the movement. He's slowing it down as well. That's something to look at. Simhadri, brilliant over. Inside edge, onto the pads. They'll just get away one. Simhadri, Funny Simhadri, take a bow. This is called excellent death bowling. This game became a game out of nowhere, and he's getting rid of it. Jeremy Gordon would have to end it with the boundary. Would have to find a way to score a lusty blow. Needs 23 from 8. Gets a hold of one, but straight back. Says no, Cornet Dry. He wants strike for the last over. And that'll hold out this final over. Excuse me, that'll get us into the final over. 151 for 8. Well, Funny Simhadri on your screen, that's the man who's made this thing very, very impossible. Very, very tough to do. Let's not use the word impossible. I don't want to speak in infinitives, but gave up 3 runs in that penultimate over. We talk about the penultimate over being a really important one in the context of games because of the fact that it really puts pressure on the batters if it goes well. And it's done just that. It's put a lot of pressure on Corne Dry, and to have Hussein Talat to bowl as well, someone who, again, is known for this. 22 needed from the last 6. The Atlanta Fire, they're banking on Corne Dry. He turned down a couple of singles in the previous over. He wants to strike. Long on, long off, cow corner, deep mid-wicket, deep cover. Pushed into the leg side. They'll just find 1. They're going to try to push for 2. And they'll get it. And they'll get there 2 as well. Corne Dry will get back onto strike. Hussein Talat does well though. Went for the Yorker. Got it right. Again, Corne Dry, a lot to ask of the big quick. 20 needed from the last 5 deliveries. He's going to need to land a couple of the boundaries. That's going to be the key. Can he find them? Hussein Talat's not going to give it away, though. Does he try the ramp? It's a full toss. Has he got all of it? No. It'll just be 1 bounce to Mark Parchman. They'll only get 1. Brilliance from Talat. We talk about the low full toss being an underrated delivery in T20 cricket. Just has to dig it out from well below you. And that becomes the tough part of it. If it's on the right line, it's just tough to play straight back. And with Jeremy Gordon on strike, Talat has opted to go long off inside the ring and have a deep third who's well wide. And again, it's because we've seen Gordon look to take every delivery he's played into the leg side. He's found 4 runs through third man already. No ball, no ball. It's a free hit. Could this be the moment? Could this be the moment? On a knee is Jesse Bhutan. Talat can't believe it. Corne Dry on strike. They've given a gift to the Atlanta Fire. Have the man in yellow. Corne Dry now has a free hit. He has an opportunity here to do something special. Again, I just wouldn't be shocked to see Corne Dry try to ramp one. Using the pace. Know it's going to be full. Get low. With fine leg inside the ring. Might be your best opportunity. Don't have to get too much bat involved. Talat holds up in the run-up. And with Corne Dry on strike again, long off, back to where he was, third man inside the ring. Again, just interested to see if Dry looks to use that scoop that he's been playing so well. Digs a short ball. Has he got all of it? No, it's taken. It'll just be 1 run. It'll just be 1 run. That's brilliance in the field from the Atlanta Lightning. And it's caused the drums to come alive. Good work for the Atlanta Lightning. Good work for Hussein Talat. The Lightning faithful in that camp going to feel very good about their side chances of winning this match. Again, Corne Dry did the right thing. Stayed heads up. But Jeremy Gordon, what can he do? Can he deliver the goods? Short ball. It's given 1 for the over. Hussein Talat, he's used it well. And now, interesting, he's changing the field again, Talat. He's told long off to go back. He's brought, I think he wanted a third man to come in as he's hands on knees. Getting very hot, very humid. Yeah, third man's come inside the ring now. And so this means you're gonna be on the body line. And with Jeremy Gordon, that's where he'd rather the balls be. Curious decision here from Talat. Oh, what a delivery. What a delivery that is. Calm, cool customer is Talat, but my goodness. The slower one undoes Jeremy Gordon. We all knew it was going to have to be on the body line. But the slower one just undid it, and the drums are banging. Everyone, they're on their feet. The whistles are blowing. High-fiving because they know what that means in the context of this game. This game is all but done and dusted now. As Jeremy Gordon has to go, again undone by a brilliant slower one, to bring out Athindra Subramanian, the youngster, not known for the batting prowess, but would be too good for even one of the openers. Can that slower ball? It just goes to show the experience, the ability of Talat. Everyone in their right mind knew that delivery was going to have to be on stumps, was going to have to be at furthest away middle stump. But what he did so well was just change the pace, keeping Gordon surprised. Delivery coming in to Subramanian. Slower, tucked into the leg side. Talat does really well. Talat, Funny Samhadri, those two. It was a game for a moment. It was a game for a moment. But that's done it, and it's because of Hussein Talat, it's because of Funny Samhadri. And because of what the Atlanta Lightning have done, that man Unmuk Chand, he'll be very happy. The Lightning will be very happy with how they've gone about today. The captain Unmuk Chand wins both games against his Atlanta side. And for the Atlanta Fire, for the Atlanta Lightning, two different roads now. The Atlanta Fire, they're going to need to find a way back into this 2023 Sunoco Minor League Cricket Championship. They just have not found the right things as of yet. And for the Atlanta Lightning, they're all smiles at the moment because they've delivered two big wins in the context of this game and in the context of this season. You can just see what it means. The Lightning, Unmuk Chand, he's always calm and cool, but the Atlanta Lightning have just really done real well. Again, if you just take a look at Coach, he's excited. Coach is excited, the team is excited as we get the handshakes between the two sides. And again, it's a really, really big win, a really important win in the context of this match. We appreciate you guys for joining us here at the Buttonveers Cricket Complex. Again, it is a pleasure to bring you the broadcast from this immaculate facility. What a lovely place to be here in Atlanta. It's hot, but what a win for the Atlanta Lightning. Lightning fans will be happy. The Fire, they'll have to figure things out. For myself, Sagar Patel, and for the entire production crew, we thank you for joining us, and we'll see you right back here for Minor League Cricket. Start on the legs, however. It's straight back over the top, and that obviously mightily impressive. Hit straight back, and that is monstrous. Hit again in the air, hit again very, very well. We'll see if it's a 6 or a 4. We're trying to find more balls for more Kennard Lewis explosions. Bowled him, Pankaj Kumar. Bat on ball, it's in the air. And it looks like it'll run away to the boundary. It will. Yeah, crosses the rope. This one outside. Celebration. And how about this? Runs off in a hurry as well. Team in the game. Aaron Jones, bat on ball. Just away from that fielder. And is going to run all the way for 4. Final delivery of the third. In the air, no fielder out there. That's the convincing shot. That's the great. This time outside the off stump. It's an outside edge, and is going to run to the boundary for 4. Makes room for himself this time. Punishes it through the offside. Really well done. That'll run to the first side. Big shout, big shout. Has he gotten him? Yep. Thuluth is off to the ring. On the pads, on the pads. Finger given. A huge celebration, a huge shout. This one tucked down the leg side. That one's going to run all the way to the boundary, and it's going to be 4. Are going to love this. Maybe not, maybe not. Taken. Straight. Outside edge, cries of catch it. Fielder there. Taken. That's the skipper. Warmth to their innings. Short, top edge, 4 runs. Unlucky. Spinner. Down the track, in the air. It'll fetch a couple of runs. It'll fetch 4, however. Didn't, but does he look to roll one over and keep it on leg stump? Yeah, that was the area we were talking about. It felt like he was. This one hit into the leg side, and that's going to be well away. It's going all the way, and it's going to be for the Atlanta Fire. This time over the top of cover, just over the top of that outreached hand. This one straight up. Fielder's underneath it. Fielder there, cover, takes the catch. It was in the air for a long time, but Mark Parchment tracked it well. So this weekend. Short, hit away into the leg side. Fielder there, but he can only watch it sail over. It'll be 6 runs there. Hit straight back. Has he got all of it? No. Fielder underneath. Oh, lovely. Just evades. Fine leg inside the ring. Thought maybe overs. He's proven it again. Straight back down the ground. Again back. He hasn't quite got all of this one, but placed it well enough. Tries to. Third man, not there. 4 runs. What a curious decision here from Thuluth. Oh, what a delivery. What a delivery that is. Calm.
You're watching the Sunoco Minor League Cricket Championship, brought to you by our 2023 partners.